Good evening and welcome to today's special study session of the City Council of the City of Moreno Valley. Today is February 15th, 2023. I now call this meeting to order on February 15th, 2023 at 6 p.m. The Pledge of Allegiance will be led by myself, and then we will follow that up with roll call. If everyone could please rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. Thank you. Madam Clerk, roll call, please.
Councilmember Baca, Santa Cruz.
Here.
Councilmember Marcus.
Here.
Councilmember Bernard.
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Delgado.
Here, ma'am.
And Mayor Cabrera.
Here. Thank you, Madam Clerk. Staff introductions, please.
Jane Halstead, City Clerk.
Patty Rodriguez, Senior Deputy City Clerk.
Paul Bradvica, Deputy City Clerk.
Stephen Quintanilla, Interim City Attorney.
Mike Lee, City Manager.
Brian Mohan, Assistant City Manager, Chief Financial Officer, City Treasurer.
Michael Lloyd, Assistant City Manager for Development Services.
Manuel Mancha, Community Development Director.
Melissa Walker, Director of Public Works.
Jeremy Bubnick, Director of Parks and Community Services.
Ken Reichel, Chief Police.
Battalion Chief Mike Martinez, Fire.
Thank you, staff. Good to see you as always. Next, public comments on matters on the agenda only. Since today is a special study session, public comments will be limited only to the items that are on today's agenda. And those two items are, it's A1, it's homeless programs. We'll have a report from staff. And then A2 is homeless task force, also a report from staff. So just a reminder, a friendly reminder that this is a study session. It's slightly different than our regular council meetings where we have different public comment options. But for today, since we are talking specifically about homelessness in the city, all public comments will be need to be focused on these agenda items today. Pursuant to the Brown Act, public comments shall be limited to only those items on this special study session agenda. Each person shall be allowed a total of 3 minutes to comment on each item on this special study session agenda. I may, however, reduce the total amount of time for all speakers to comment on any given item if there are numerous persons requesting to comment on the same item. If a total time limit is placed on public comments for any given item, each person shall be provided with the same amount of time to comment. A reminder that the city is currently offering Spanish translation services if anyone is interested in this feature. Before we hear public comments this evening, I ask and encourage everyone participating to keep their comments respectful toward others, especially toward the individual speaking. Absolutely. And thank you, council member. Thank you. And I'm going to repeat the Spanish translation services in Spanish. Si hay alguien aquí que gusta servicios para traducir lo que están diciendo en español, también ofrecemos esos servicios si gustan cuando les llamemos a ustedes para venir a hablar aquí. Nomás nos dejan saber y les dejamos saber al traductor que está atrás para que nos ayude. So just in Spanish, letting folks know about the Spanish translation services that we have available as well. Thank you, council member. I embrace and support the First Amendment right to free speech, including everyone's right to speak at this meeting and to share their views about issues concerning our city. But we can be more productive by being civil and respectful toward one another in this meeting. Finally, I ask that speakers bear in mind that comments will be limited for each speaker, and I encourage everyone to refrain from duplicating comments already made by others, other than to note that you agree or disagree with the prior comments. In order to preserve the meeting decorum, council and staff will not respond during public comments. Madam Clerk, are there any requests to speak?
Yes, there are, Mayor. The first three speakers are Benny Nunez, James Armour, and Daryl Terrell. And they are all speaking on A1.
Thank you, Madam Clerk. And Mr. Nunez, if you'd like to go ahead and come on up, and we will be giving 3 minutes per speaker, and this is for item A1. Benny Nunez? Yes, sir.
Hello, my name is Benny Nunez. I've been a member of Moreno Valley since 2012. Kids go to the local elementary. High school kid also went to the high school locally. Wife works in the city as a health care worker. We're very proud to be citizens of Moreno Valley. Addressing the homeless issue, factually, I did myself is I took in one of my own family members off the streets and helped her get through a detox and rehabilitation center. If every one of us just took up, if we were to say, tell everybody, take one of their own family members off the streets, how much more better would the streets be? But before we can do that, and then even building detox centers and rehabilitation centers on Sunday meet and stuff like that, I'm saying before we could even touch the basis of the core issue of these people, we need to ask the favor of God in our city. George Washington states in his first inaugural address, since there exists in the economy and of course of native and indissoluble union between virtue and happiness, between duty and advantage, the propitious smiles of heaven can never be expected on a nation that disregards the eternal rules of order and right which heaven itself ordained. The very basis of our politics then lies in the recognition that rights without virtue lead to chaos, that virtue without rights lead to tyranny. Only by balancing public rights with private virtues can we truly uphold freedom and pursue happiness. I'm just proposing that Moreno Valley recognizes God again. We are a doomed city without God. We have a secret weapon, and it's God, and He can help our city. If we had one day of prayer that the whole city can pray and ask God to come to our city and help our city would be truly blessed. We have a secret weapon that no other city they may use it, it may not, but we can use God. Bring God back to Moreno Valley. Let's recognize Him. Let's one day we can give a prayer that the whole city stops and prays for Moreno Valley. And then we can work on the core issues and get detox centers and get rehabilitation centers and get girls back their kids so they're not on the streets because they're using drugs because they're sad and some pimp has them on the street. God bless you guys. Amen.
The next three speakers are James Armour, Daryl Terrell, and Brandon Carn.
How's it going, City Council members? It's an honor to be here to share with you guys my education on the unhoused individuals in Moreno Valley. Right now, I'm conducting a community needs assessment. Right now, we only have about 86 survey participants, but so far the consensus is that Moreno Valley is in need of some kind of support for the unhoused. And I'm going to suggest that we use the housing first approach. There's a lot of biopsychosocial issues that is involved in homelessness, such as mental health, addiction, evictions, high cost of living. But right now, studies show that the housing first approach has the most significant results. What that means is that we house individuals first, and then we start attacking the root causes. Another thing that the city of Moreno Valley needs is, everyone has a right to self-determination. Some people might not want to be housed or not, but we need to get showers out here. A lot of the unhoused individuals are sharing with me that they have nowhere to shower, and not everybody can afford a gym pass. Also, another thing that's lacking, and there's a consensus, that is substance abuse treatment. We need more substance abuse treatment out here. One of my friends lost his life to suicide over the weekend. He was unhoused. He was trying to go into a detox center, but they wouldn't allow him to go. And instead of withdrawing off drugs, he jumped off a bridge. there's a lot of factors right now that goes on. I just helped an individual recently who escaped a domestic violence situation, so that's why she's homeless right now. She actually has a job. 70% of 70% of the unhoused who are homeless have jobs, right? So we need to tackle the housing first approach first, house individuals first, and again, shelters are dangerous. If we were to have a shelter in Moreno Valley, we need to make sure that there's massive security, because there's a history of shelters becoming just massive parties, people getting robbed, raped, things like that happen all the time. So we need to think about these issues when we start to consider housing unhoused individuals. All right, thank you.
The next three speakers are Daryl Terrell, Brandon Karn, and Rosa Bravo, and all of these are for A1.
Hi, my name is Daryl Terrell. I live here in Moreno Valley. I want to enter into the public record this framework to end functional homelessness in Moreno Valley. What I'm here to is to present to you, as I said before, this proposal right here. It's a framework actually. Is to make homeless in our community rare, brief, and one-time experience through a comprehensive response approach. First, our city should create a collaborative called the Mobile Collaborative to End Homelessness. It would be a partnership with our nonprofits who address homelessness, landlords, Riverside Health, Riverside University Health Systems, the Riverside County Continuum of Care, to make homelessness, again, a rare, brief, and one-time experience in our community. Secondly, we should establish a true collaborative crisis response system to provide a more comprehensive response to the crisis needs of people who experience homelessness in our community. And we should create a mobile crisis response network. The collaborative that I mentioned earlier would work with organizations that address homelessness in our community in building a crisis response network that based on the strong foundation of direct services, programs, and organizations that are currently addressing homelessness. It would be organized as a working group of this collaboration. Also, we can increase the access to affordable rental housing by preserving housing options and partnering with our existing landlords, enhancing our housing placement options. We could do this by creating a landlord risk management fund. We should establish an early childhood and school-based collaborative for homeless prevention programs to stabilize the most vulnerable children and families. The purpose would be to identify and link and coordinate the services and programs to stabilize the most vulnerable children and families. Now, my final thing we should do is build a recuperative care navigational center. Now, this should be at March Air Reserve. There's a U.S. Vets over there right now, and there it's a perfect option to have both places there at March Air Force Base. We could go in partnership with the Joint Powers, which I think one of you guys serve on, and with the county, and we can create a navigation center to get people back on their feet when they go through the program. And a recuperation center, when they come out of the hospital, they don't go back on the street, they get their help, then they can go right into the navigation center. This is what we can do to address homelessness. Thank you.
The next three speakers are speaking on item A1, and they are Brandon Karn, Rosa Bravo, and Sammy Luna.
Hello. All right. Well, I'm echoing a little bit what Daryl said, and the gentleman that talked about the housing solution when it comes to the homeless population. I've worked extensively with young people in Moreno Valley for about 10 years in education or youth programs in different aspects. I've encountered a lot of young people in the community that are either living in hotels and, say, for example, Sunnymead Boulevard, or between houses, household situations, group homes, situations of that magnitude. And in unincorporated areas around Moreno Valley. So if they're in, say, Nuevo or Mead Valley, Reche Canyon, they might have to go to San Bernardino for a facility. They might have to go to Hemet. And at night, a lot of those communities are not as safe as Moreno Valley, and those are very long distance, especially for people living in cars, young people being passed between homes. I mean, I used to see young people disappear for a month at a time between mom or dad in a either domestic situation or finding work or things like that. And the resources, they don't have a shelter in the city limits of Moreno Valley. They have to go to Riverside, they have to go to Loma Linda, they have to go to different places very far away, not equitable to them, or not possible to get to at all. My proposal is that you are right down the road from here. Most of you should go check this out if you don't, is the abandoned Air Force infrastructure that March Air Force Base used to use at its peak. It looks like out of Stranger Things, because a lot of that is stuck in time back in the 80s. You have the preschool there, you have Marchfield Park, you have the veterans housing there now. Much of that space, some of it's condemned because it's going to be demolished for March Life Care if they build it. Much of that space can be renovated now by the city, a city-owned facility. I'm not sure if you have to annex the land, but I do believe you have the right as a city to do that. And you could bring those types of facilities for youth, for young people, employ people from Moreno Valley on your staff to run the facility of that kind. I mean, there's a lot of abandoned tennis courts, a lot of abandoned pavement. Like I said, it looks like it's a dystopian environment. And for decades, it's been neglected ever since the Air Force Base ground graded. I mean, you have all kinds of building space. You also have a lot of private commercial space in the city that you could pull from and use, even as a temporary renovation. You should be using as a city. Annex it if you need to. Renovate the space now. It's a great distance from public space. It's a great distance from people thinking the homeless would be near their homes or the drug issues are there. You have hundreds of acres that is supposed to be part of March Life Care, that specific plan, which I don't know will ever be built. The city should not wait for developers to build that up to use that space now. They should do it and bring the resources you currently have for that purpose. I support the Homeless to Work program, but to me it only temporarily employs people. After that, they kind of slip through the cracks again. So reforming that's another aspect, I think, as a permanent solution you really all should look at as a body. Thank you.
The next three speakers speaking on item A1 are Rosa Bravo, Sammy Luna, and Rhonda Hodges.
Okay, good afternoon, all my city council. So basically, as we've seen throughout the season that it's gotten cold, there are multiple different aspects of trying to create these tiny little communities. There's either building the tiny little homes, there's either getting those big old shipping containers, turning them into something as well, or even going down to March Air Force Base like everyone's saying and using that space. I don't see why, knowing that it's getting cold, knowing that we're at freezing temperatures right now as we speak, we haven't done something. Knowing that we have other organizations out here trying to help the city, why have we not come into a plan of action, of emergency, in order to start helping these people, knowing that at the end of the day, we have to help them? Sunnymead Boulevard, I'm pretty sure you all have to pass by it. It's inundated with homeless. Why haven't we done anything to help them? Why haven't we set anything in plan to start doing this and taking action now? We need to do this. It's important because it's not only homeless. It's not only people who are addicted. These are families. These are students. These are students who are graduating high school. They don't know what to do next. A lot of them have family members or have their parents who are going homeless and they're homeless with them at the end of the year. What are we doing? As Moreno Valley, as a place that we claim that's safe, as a place that we claim that's family oriented, why haven't we done anything? We have the space. We have the resources. We need our city council members to come together with us as well. Work with us so we can work with you, so we can help you. We need these programs to work. They're there. They're just not working. Why? Why aren't they working? Why is the Reform to Work program not working properly as they claim that it is? Why is there so little people starting work and then ending work? What's the issue? What's going on? So we need to come together. We need to figure out what's going on in order to start doing something immediately, not just continue talking about it as well. Thank you.
The next three speakers speaking on item A1, Sammy Luna, Rhonda Hodges, and Fred Buñuelos.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and City Council members. Sammy Luna here, President of Moreno Valley LULAC. I'm here in solidarity with the other nonprofits who you just heard from. James and Rosa. They know firsthand about homelessness, the unhoused, because they've been out there. They've been, assisting those people every month. I don't know why James didn't mention it, but he's pretty humble. But he's out there every month, once a month, taking donations from people and giving those to the unhoused in our community. So, and Rosa's out there right along with him. They both have their nonprofits and have been helping our city. One of the things I really wanted to extend today was gratitude for this conversation. It's a long time coming, and I appreciate that we're talking about it now, because as you guys know, this is a huge issue all over our country. City of Riverside, who I am employed by, they have dedicated staff to this issue. So I really hope that that is going to be discussed tonight. You should have some dedicated staff to make this successful. I just, again, thank you. And I publicly want to thank Congressman Mark Takano for the $2 million that he secured for Moreno Valley for this issue. That's definitely going to be a huge benefit, which hopefully we can bring in more money. I'm sure there's more money available, and locally just collaborate with all your nonprofits, because those are going to be your best resources in helping resolve this problem. Thank you.
The next three speakers speaking on item 8.1, Rhonda Hodges, Fred Buñuelos, and Genevieve Alleman.
I am Rhonda Hodges, and I'm from Riverside, and my hopes is to support the people here. I want to be of service to you and to the people of Moreno Valley. I would like to encourage you to kind of look at what Riverside has done. One example is a ministry called Bread and Water, and they started about 19 years ago. And it was parents walking their children to school, and they had to step over bodies headed to school. And this realtor couple said, we have to do something about this. And so with their own resources, they began Bread and Water Ministry, and they went before the council. And they fought. They fought for those that have no voice, and they stood with the council, and they kept appealing, and it took about 3 or 4 years. And today I can tell you, as I visit that ministry and have worked with them, there is no more homeless that attend that ministry anymore, because they all have had housing. They have found places. We had the mayor asking us to help his son find housing. This was from the heart of people who love God, people who are not afraid to boldly enjoy the Bible and to share the Bible with people. And I believe on the path to recovery, you must consider some of the spiritual foundation things that are out there and available to you, and take note of that. Don't let higher authorities or any authority of this world keep you from being able to look at that as a consideration. And then recognize, my whole thing would be to plead with you, is to recognize those who are here in your own city who have a heart to help the homeless. And I hope to appeal to you is that we are your servants as well. Not only are we constituents, and we place you in office, but we are also servants, and we want to be helpful in any way. So take note of these people that come up here, because I guarantee you anybody sitting in those chairs there would lay down their lives and do whatever they could to help the homeless situation. You have this room of nobility. These people are noble, and they have hearts of gold. And all it takes is communication and working together. And we thank you for your service as well. We're very humbled that we can even speak and come up here and share, and that you're hearing us. And it's quite a blessing and a good thing to see. But here's Riverside, and I'm saying if there's anything we can do to help you connect, network, we're here. And we have some success stories. And so we'd love to be able to reach out and share what we did. So thank you so much for hearing me.
The next three speakers speaking on item A1 is Fred Buñuelos, Genevieve Alleman, and Ayako. I'm not sure how to pronounce that last name.
Utsumi.
Utsumi? Okay.
Ayoko Utsumi. No, I don't know. I'm sorry. Hey, I come here with an open mind. I want to hear the suggestions to help our homeless population in our city. But I want to tell you where I'm coming from and what I don't want. I don't want a permanent homeless shelter. I believe that that will attract more people to our city, and we need to deal with the homeless people that we have here already, not to bring in more into our city. I don't want the pee and the poop that are already here in our city. With my lakeside plaza, when I walk in my plaza, I already smell it. I don't like it. That's what I don't want. The loitering that's in our area, I don't want that. I don't want people that are doing drugs. I see it. The homeless people are doing drugs. I want to help the people that want help. I believe Sarah's here tonight, and I really am looking forward to see what she has to say tonight. She spoke at our last council meeting. And then I believe that we deal with 3 types of homeless people. I think somebody already mentioned it earlier. The mental illness, we got to figure out a way to help people with that. Number 2, the people with severe drug addiction. We need to figure out how to help with that. But number 3 is the criminal homeless people. The people that are committing burglaries, that are breaking into our shops, in the whole state of California, those people need to be arrested and they need to be put in jail. That's where I'm coming from. Palm Springs, I saw an article with Palm Springs. I really like what they're doing. I don't have much time to talk about it, but I think you should look into Palm Springs of how they're doing things there. And again, I'm 100% helping people that want help. And the people that don't want help, we need to figure out a way to not have them in our city, only because we can't allow people to degrade our quality of life. You know, again, it goes back to, in my backyard, Lakeside Plaza, I smell the poop, I smell the pee, and that's not, we can't have that. All right, thank you. I yield the rest of my time, A2. I said everything I wanted to tonight. Thank you.
The next 3 speakers speaking on item A1 are Genevieve Alleman, Hayako Hitsumi, and Julianne Pendoza.
Hello, my name is Genevieve Alaman. Our community needs a comprehensive and collaborative approach to end homelessness. We must come together, work as a team in order to tackle this head on. An easy solution could possibly giving the homeless a home. That is definitely a huge factor, but it is only one piece of the puzzle. I want us to take a more personal approach. Let us get to know these citizens. Who are they? How long have they been in Moreno Valley? What are their passions? What are their interests? Do they have an addiction? Are they mentally ill? What do they personally need help with? As a society, we tend to dehumanize and isolate the homeless when all they might need is someone to sit down and listen to them. Everybody has a story to tell. We may be surprised by the people we meet. Like I've said before, they need housing, a home, a place to feel safe and protected. What James mentioned earlier was about turning it into a big party, which I completely agree. Within these homes, we need to make sure they feel secured by providing security personnel, security cameras, and rules and regulations to make sure these citizens can sleep safely at night. Perhaps that Going back to the puzzle, in order to help them be able to buy their necessities and wants, we must help them find employment, partner with local businesses, find employees who are willing to hire and teach. I know the situation can't be solved overnight, but us coming in together as a community, this whole room being filled with people who care. A lot of you might not agree with one another, but at the end of the day, you guys are all here, you all care, and as a resident in Moreno Valley, here, it is our ability to help them get back on their feet. Thank you.
The next 3 speakers speaking on item A1 are Hayako Yutsumi, Julianne Pedrosa, and Bob Palomares.
Hello, Mayor Cabrera, council members. Thank you for this opportunity to speak. My name is Ayaka Utsumi. I'm with Mary Erickson Community Housing. We are a nonprofit affordable housing developer. We own and operate 27 50% AMI affordable units right here in Moreno Valley as part of a city project. We have also have a project before the city through the recent CDBG application of 112 efficiency units targeted at permanent supportive housing and or transitional if that's desired. One site is proposed right off of Sunnymead in Heacock, and I heard that location being of concern. Currently, the city has not adopted approval of a very innovative type of housing called Life Arc. It is built by a company right here in Southern California with the factory in California. The modular housing is very allows rapid deployment at a fraction of the cost of conventional housing, and we ask that the City Council consider adopting this type of very innovative housing that facilitates socialization along with privacy, the combination of housing types that homeless people need in order to get on the road to wellness. I also wanted to share that this company, LifeArc, which Mary Erickson Community Housing we have no financial connection with, they have a concept village in El Monte, just down the road on the 10, and we would invite City Council to join us for a tour of this facility. It is currently used with 19 efficiency units for homeless people with permanent supportive housing. Also, I would encourage City Council to adopt Assembly Bill, California Assembly Bill 682, AB 682. It will be effective July 1st of this year. Oftentimes, the state issues mandates and jurisdictions are slow to adopt them. This particular measure allows, if housing is built on land that is for a 100% affordable project in a location that qualifies as high quality transit per state regulations, that particular lot can have no density limit. And we need density in order to build the number of units that we need for permanent supportive housing in the city. So I encourage the city to adopt AB 682 quickly so that we can build this kind of much needed housing at the density levels that we need that make economic sense. The cost per unit goes down significantly with density, as well as the speed to completion with density also improves greatly. So, thank you very much.
Thank you.
The next three speakers speaking on item A1 are Julianne Pedrosa, Martin Cabrera Sr., and Bob Palomares.
Good day. Julianne Stewart, Cleveland Pedrosa. I just got married not too long ago. A lot of people know me through Building Up Lives Foundation. I wanted to give you guys some paperwork on the ARC, which she was just talking about. We need to look at businesses that have been here and have shown that they are successful. They have been here with apartment complex already built out here on Meyer Street. Meyer Street is a very difficult street in our city. We all know this one. And they've been here 12 years. They're bringing this proposal of pods. People call them pods, but they're Life Arc. They're the builder. They also are bringing forth another nonprofit, it's not us, another nonprofit that has proven that they can take care of these. There's a difference between shelters and placement. This is placement. This is a place that's permanently built for them to stay. Now, if they have drug problems, they have to go to rehab. I think people got this a little mixed up. I'm not for shelters either in the city. We need something in the city. But shelters, yes, you better have someone that knows how to handle rape, murder, and deal with mental health of every level. Because you're going to put 50, 100 of those people in one room and expect them not to fight or not to do something. You're not getting in the clue there. So we got to have somebody that we know 100% can run a shelter if you're going to build a shelter. That's a fact. We all know we need housing of some form, but placement might be the answer. And then on top of that, I want to address every single city has that runaway youth. We have youth. We have one nonprofit out here that does amazing with our youth. Why are we not giving them a building? Why are we not doing something for them? Operation Safe House is successful, been successful. Their building only houses like 6 children from 11 to 18 now. It used to be 11 to 21. Why are we not giving them a building and doing a contract with them? Hey, take care of our youth for 20 years and we'll take care of the rent for the building. We have answers. Let's fall on those that have been successful here in our city. And these are 2 that are. Thank you. I think the definition, we need to have someone let us all know what the difference is as far as in placement, shelters, rehabs. And it's not just drug addicts that they're stating, mental health and crime. You also have elderly. You have elderly that can't get placement because they fall under the age of 60. You have disabled as well. Let's not forget them. Thank you.
The next 3 speakers speaking on item A1 are Martin Cabrera Sr., Bob Palomares, and Tom Gerald Sr.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you for giving us the opportunity to express ourselves and concerns about the others. So homelessness, it not became yesterday. It became maybe from generations. So if we teach the kids, the young people, to survive, to make effort on their own, this homeless issue will be less impacted in the future. So I have a thinking, maybe we can start an apprenticeship program for the teenagers. There's a lot of activity, industrial, commercial, socially thinking. There's a lot of economic programs that kids, teenagers can get enrolled. Apprenticeship programs. Every industry now, every construction, barbershops, their lack of craftsmen. So let's start something about apprenticeship programs. About their ubicating the homeless place to live. There's a lot of economic construction industry now that you guys can approach, like the container homes. They can build apartments out of containers, train containers. There's another option. They call it dirt homes. They're very cheap and affordable to build. So even though the same people can build them, so make them accountable for that, and then make them proud of their own selves, so they can be accountable. That's sometimes what people needs out there, to be accountable. Another problem right now with the homeless is, the black trafficking, bad drugs. The black market use the homeless for their business. So authorities might put attention looking after the homeless. So this problem can be dismissed out of the streets too, because that creates another problem, burglary, theft, whatever else. Thank you so much.
The next 3 speakers speaking on item A1 are Bob Palomares, Tom Gerald Sr., and Sarah Lytle.
Good evening, City Council. There's a lot of great ideas here. This with these people. One lady was saying about identifying who we have here in the city, which is, I think, where you probably want to start, because this is a big thing here. And Chief, Fire, and Police, I always got to thank these people. The last council meeting, Councilwoman Bernard said she had gone to some city and she's seen some of the ideas and things that they're doing. And I think that's great because we can pick from different cities what's working for them and, implement it here. Because, you can put them over there in March Air Base, homeless people, but you can't make them stay, In Los Angeles, they've got a thing that they're taking before the Board of Supervisors, which is called Court Cure. And it's for the people that are mentally challenged that can't help themselves. And there's a lot of them. They're just standing there. And they're going to court to see if they could put them into a program where they're held. It's a 2-year program. And it's to help them, with doctors and everything, just to get them back on their feet. Because some of them, it's irreversible. It's pretty bad. But what Councilwoman Bernard said about, looking at other cities, what they're doing, I think that's one of the good things. And I think we need to reinforce the Salvation Army with what they're doing, because they're even limited with the funds that they get. And also we can't forget about Hole in the Wall. They've been in ground zero for the longest time. And we can't forget about them. And we just need to, because like Councilwoman Bernard said that, the police officers can't always be, they run across situations where they confront someone that's mental and, they have somebody that's working with them, but, they got enough to do. And that's kind of tough for them. They gotta worry about the people that are burning buildings or robbing stores. And so I think we need to have a team that's independent just for the mental. But I think we're gonna come out on top, but it's gonna take everybody. And one more thing is that there's a lot of great nonprofits. A lot of them could apply for their own funds to join the city and not ask the city, give me so I can do what you want done. Because with what we got, and if they bring theirs, we got it. Thank you.
Next 3 speakers speaking on item A1 are Tom Gerald Sr., Sarah Lytle, and Roy Bleckard.
Evening, Mayor, when you come back, Mayor Pro Tem, council members, members of staff, and the public, both here in the chamber watching at home. Tom Gerald speaking on behalf of myself and also the Sundance Center on Sunnymead Boulevard, where I spent a bit of time, and in many ways it's at least part of ground zero of homeless issues. We've seen plenty over the years. A little community history that I'll share. I started looking at Moreno Valley in earnest in 1979. Moved there in 81 with my family. We moved from Mission Viejo. And there was definitely a difference in community, if you will. But what we saw, you did see a lot of what I would describe as working class poor people that might have an old car, but it was a well-maintained, clean old car. They might have an old house, but it was a well-maintained, clean old house. They might wear work clothes, but their clothes are clean, and they're all working. Candidly, I didn't see a homeless person in this city from the time we moved here till about 86. Okay, and what happened in 86? We had a recall. And there was a rumor started that the mayor that took over wanted to start a homeless shelter and so on and so forth. Literally overnight, we had about 50 homeless who just popped out of nowhere. I mean, it was literally, if you talk to some people around, we'll ask them. And, I can find you some people that might remember that. And we were like, what's this all about? This wasn't here before. And they didn't come in with new home buyers because they were buying homes and so on and so forth. Well, a little research was done by a guy named Larry Holland, and what he found out was that these people were being picked up in Riverside and given a business card to the new mayor and a one-way bus pass and $20 and saying, they got places for you in Moreno Valley, you want to go there? And I witnessed it. I mean, I saw it. I'm not making this up. I was like mesmerized by it, and I was communicated with many people, many times. So one thing I'm real adamant about, and it may sound flippant, but it isn't, and because it's a national problem, and that's a return to sender policy, because so many of these people are coming from not only from outside our community, they're coming from out of state to get the warmer climate and so on and so forth. And one policy, and this would take more than we can do in Moreno Valley, but what I'd like to see is find out where these people are originating from and send them back to that community. That way the feds can identify the resources they need, because they're generating problem people. That may be a little tough, but it's one thing to look at. The second solution, and kind of parallels what Mr. Terrell said, if we go, the United States has seen dire times many times, particularly in the Great Depression. And Franklin Delano Roosevelt, a good Democrat, came up with the WPA program. And that there's still some of those projects still on the ground in the United States. But it gave people a sense of purpose, it gave them dignity, and the thing that irritates me the most about the homeless element is the bread of idleness, because that is not kosher. And that's where you get all kinds of problems. You get people doing bad things in the streets, you get burglaries, you break-ins, and other violent crimes. So thank you for taking my comments.
The next three speakers speaking on item A1 are Sarah Lytle, Roy Bleckard, and Meridel Nunez.
Hello again. Once again, my name is Sarah Lytle, and I'm here to represent the homeless community. I heard a lot of different things, and just to say, I'm one of the people that you may see pee and poop out, because before getting housing in the Econo Lodge, I was in my car. A lot of places don't allow you to use the bathroom, so I apologize up front. Secondly, I'm here because the fact that I would like to be an advocate for the homeless community, working with the city and everyone else, along with the nonprofits that are here today, to implement some change. There's a building that used to be the old swap meet right there on Indian and Alessandro. I don't know if it's still being used, but I would greatly want to make that a resource center, and I want to head that resource center along with the partnership of the city to help advocate for the homeless community. When people look at me, they don't think I'm homeless, and I think that's kind of messed up, because we automatically assume you have to be dirty, you have to have a mental illness, you have to be out there doing something, and that's not true. Before today, I used to steal. I had to give food, you know. I'm one of those people that you're judging offhand, saying, why are we doing this? But look at the resources that we have. There's plenty, don't get me wrong, but the ones that have worked for me, not a lot. You know, so I want to come here today, you know, and as many times as I can, to push this initiative to help individuals. When people look at homeless, they want to be relative. You know, you don't want to go to somebody with a suit and tie and be like, hey, I relate to you. You don't. If someone with a degree wants someone not a degree, you don't relate. People looking at my black skin, we don't relate. So it's all these little key factors that make the homeless sometimes scared to want to speak up or have such behaviors, because why? We're in a state that we don't even know our own livelihood. And it's hard waking up each and every day fighting this battle, because we got to have some sort of problem. I became homeless because of my mom passing away. Not because I don't work, not because I do drugs, not because I got a mental illness, but simply I can't afford housing. But those who do have mental illness, you got to think they do drugs to escape a reality. You know, my sister lives on Skid Row. She does meth. Been doing it since 2012. I try to help her. But once you get so far gone, once you forget who you are as an individual, nothing else matters. Not enough resources, not enough people, not enough helping hands is going to make you want to get up every day and change your own reality if you can't see it yourself. And I'm one of them. Thank you.
The next three speakers speaking on item A1, Roy Bleckard, Meridel Nunez, and Christopher Baca.
In order to fix a problem, you must first identify it. Most of you probably don't know, but let me take you back to 2004, Proposition 63. $29 billion was collected. Oh, we're going to tax those evil rich boys. $29 billion we've raised to solve. Gavin Newsom, mayor of San Francisco, said, we're going to solve homeless and the mental illness in 5 years by 2009. $29 billion later, we've blown all that money, made the problem exponentially worse. Plus, as governor in the last 2 years, he spent another $18 billion making the problem worse. That's $47 billion, and that's just right off the top of my head. The charities, the churches, the nonprofits that claim, oh, we don't have any money, it's because agencies like this and government agencies blew it. What do you think you could have done over the last 20 years with $47 billion? Think about that. That's what we don't have the frank discussion. You want cheaper housing? Ask any developer. Ask Jim Jernigan, who built some low-income houses. If you dropped rules and regulations, you could drop the price of every building in this by 35% without even flashing a minute. And ask any developer, any housing developer in this state. Again, the problem is sitting up there. The problem is sitting in Sacramento. The problem is sitting in Riverside County. The problem is the people we keep electing that keep making this problem worse. And it will never get solved until we can admit that. Mr. Cabrera, I believe you didn't listen to your dad. He come up here with the solution. The solution is empowering the individual, not enslaving them and putting them in there. The solution is to give them opportunity, to give them the deal. You know what the Homeless to Work program was about? That was brought here, and you know how it got here. Why don't you explain that? To give that opportunity. No one, hardly anyone. We are a compassionate people. Anyone that legitimately needs help, we will give them. What your job is, your number one job is public safety. Look it up in the Constitution. What you should be doing is protecting us from those individuals that are going to cause harm in our community and to our people. That's what you should be concentrating on. That's what you don't do. A8, let's discuss it. One day, maybe.
The next three speakers speaking on item A1, Maridel Nunez, Christopher Baca, and Luis Palomares.
Hello, everyone. Maribel Nunez. I live in Riverside, but I organize pretty much all Inland Empire. I wanted to thank the mayor, Mayor Pro Tem, and the rest of the city council for allowing me to speak. And there's a lot of good points that have been brought up, and I wanted to continue uplifting them. And I think that when we think about this, we need to think about it holistically, that all of us could be in this position. A lot of us could be one paycheck away of being homeless. Was it yesterday? I live in downtown Riverside, the last affordable housing apartments right in front of Heroes. And there was a big fire, because I live in a big apartment complex. And these are the last apartments in this downtown where people could stay. And so there was a big fire in two apartments. And so those two folks are not gonna, they're gonna be displaced, nowhere to go. And that this is happening everywhere. You know, my organization is a tenants' rights group, and we get calls all the time. We had one recently that I reached out to everybody here that I know, that they're, you know, they didn't get caught up with rent. COVID, you know, got restrictions and protections got lifted. And so they're looking for a 2-bedroom apartment, less than $2,000. That's their budget, and there's nothing really here. I think we did get a lot of support for Mrs. Karina Tamayo Cabrera and a few other folks to look for places. But, you know, it shouldn't take a lot of us as nonprofits to call everyone that we know so that they get the help that they need. The help should be there. And so definitely see us as a resource. We will be doing a lot more work on tenants' rights. You know, we do trainings for tenants so they could be stewards in different apartments so that they could not only know their rights for themselves, but to train other people to prevent things from getting worse for the tenants. And also with housing and things like that, we do a lot of community outreach for if there's like navigation centers or any other housing projects, that we could definitely make sure that the community in that neighborhood is supportive. And I was very involved with the Riverside City and Hoopa Valley's inclusionary housing ordinance. And so within that, they include a lot of good policies, the local housing trust fund, supporting permanent affordable housing. And so we definitely would love for Moreno Valley to do the same. And support rent control. All those things could be really, really good for our community. I know in the city of Paris, they were one of the first cities that really helped our residents, mortgage assistance. They have their own program, rental assistance. Look at some of the good stuff they're doing before the federal money came in for rental assistance. The other thing too, someone mentioned about Palm Springs. Palm Springs last year, they got their inclusionary housing. They pushed for a navigation center. And then that's going to be built in the summer. So yeah, let's look at what Palm Springs does. They have a navigation center that's going to be in the summer. Thank you.
The next three speakers speaking on item A1 is Christopher Baca, Luis Palomares, and Jesus Solomon.
Good evening, staff, community. I'm here on behalf of myself. My comments are my own opinion and not influenced by anybody. Basically, I wanted to point out that I believe really the city should put their money in low-income housing. It is the most important thing as a safety net for our city, for these people that are, facing homelessness. We see this young lady here with a child. That's uncalled for and unnecessary in our city. I don't believe that the city should put any money into any type of, domes or containers. You're asking for trouble. I mean, we go back, I mentioned this before, to the igloos in LA, and basically what they did was, it was just a big drug and violent community, and they ended up slashing the throat of two city employees. So I'm totally against that. I really think the city is not responsible for a lot of this stuff that you may be wanting to pour your money into. What I believe, for instance, homeless vets, people with mental illness, people with drug addictions, that should fall on the county, the city, and the federal government to watch. The VA should, really have a better outreach. This city, what you should do is get these entities to do their job. Have the VA should have a resource center here. I don't know if they do. I'm not a veteran, but maybe, a homeless outreach center here in the city, as well as the county. For instance, we wonder why we see so many homeless on Sunnymead and Heacock. That's because a lot of these people are going to the county to get services and are waiting for the process. And the county, in turn, for instance, on Heacock, there's a big empty lot right there. The city should force the county, while to outreach, and while these people are waiting for their services, hey, put something there. That's fine. It's temporary until they get their services, their benefits, and that should be the same thing for the Social Security Administration, the VA, and so forth. You should expect them to do their job before the city jumps in. Where it's just not, that's just not your realm of services that you should allow. What else? I'll speak a little bit more on the other one. I lost my train of thought. Thank you.
The last two speakers speaking on item A1 are Luis Palomares and Jesus Solomon.
Luis Palomares, community activist. This is great. I've asked for these several times. They should always have them out here. It's a good idea. Okay, as far as the homelessness, it's a big problem. It's been here since the day of Jesus, really. And you know what drives it? Not just greed and power. Greed and power. When all the houses in 08 and 07 were going through, the market fell, and all these people with money bought them all up. They bought them all up. That could have been a dream for the American dream, so somebody can get in on those houses. Somebody lost one, but at least somebody could have bought one. But no, all these people with all the money bought them all up. So it's greed and power that runs it all. It's a shame. As far as the base and the joint powers over here, if we're going to go that route, I don't know, this is a study. If we're going to go that route, well, gee, everybody should put the city of Riverside, the county of Riverside, Paris, and Moreno Valley. Everybody to pull in to make that happen. It can't just be here, Moreno Valley only. It has to be all of them. It takes a lot. It takes a lot. And like one of the speakers was talking about, I got a job. I don't fall in any of these categories. And I believe that a lot of people don't. But the ones that do, hey, we got to help them also in the mental arena, in the veterans that are suffering with mental illness and drug addiction, and the drug addiction, and the ones that just fall on hard times. We got to be there to help them all. Well, you know, they're sending a lot of people from different counties and different states. Go here. We got to come on. What are we here? Are we the one that's going to take care of it all? You know, Marietta, I hear they come and drop them off here. Temecula, parts of Riverside. They come and bring the homeless and say, hey, we got, like somebody said earlier, like I think it was Tom Jarrell. Come on. Everybody should take care of their own. We should find out where they came from, you know, where their last address was, and they could deal with them in their city, because we got a lot in our own city to deal. We got also the Salvation Army. Salvation Army. They do a lot. They have a lot of resources for the homeless. A lot of other speakers came out here and said that all the resources they have, we need to tap into a lot of these resources. I agree with a lot of speakers. And then there's the other ones that come, they're nonprofit. I'm not talking about every nonprofit, so don't, please. I'm talking about some of them that are always here lobbying because they want the city to get the money, the grants, and then they come and say, give it to me now. And then they say, 9 for me and 1 for you to run their nonprofit, just like the Corey Jackson nonprofit. That's a ripoff, a ripoff, a ripoff. It's sad. The nonprofits that are really out there doing the things, go for it. But the ones that don't, you got to look at these nonprofits. Some of them ain't, forget it. They're in for the dollar.
The next 3 speakers are Jesus Solomon speaking on item A1, Fred Bonuelo speaking on item A2, and Bob Palomares also speaking on item A2.
How's it going, everybody? My name is Jesus Aleman. And first of all, you know, everybody that showed up, that's very great. We're all trying to find a solution. That's awesome. With homelessness, I think, I'm not sure who said it, you know, so many things. And I wasn't going to talk. I just wanted to, when I started hearing everybody, it was like, man, okay. But I think you guys should do like an emergency fund, like right away with the money you guys got. And really, it is cold out there, you know, and really give it to the nonprofits that are already helping, like Inland Compassion and Building Lives. That, you know, those are profits that I always see involved in Moreno Valley, always already doing something, already putting in the work. And if it's a war, these are the 2 generals that are handling the war for you and need like a little something already, you know. Another thing too, the way we're gonna solve this is to start dealing with the future. And I can only talk for who, you know, what happened, you know, to me. One thing, like what Benny said about God, that's something that we do need our city to be involved with more. But going to what Martin said too was about reaching the kids, you know, start teaching the kids. What happens is, like, again, I can only talk for who I am, what I'm doing. But some people, you know, when they do become homeless because something happened to them, you know, they got affected, they didn't know how to handle it, someone died, you know, they reached for drugs, you know, like something to, you know, make them feel better. And in my life was, I don't want to say like we talk about plants, but plants have taught me, you know, I've killed so many plants, I've made plants grow, but it teaches us to handle death, you know, to handle situations, so that when something does happen, maybe to our parents, we're able to function better. You know, we're able to face things a lot better. And in that is that if we teach the kids at an early age, I learned about plants when I was older, but probably about 5 years ago. And before then, I was very angry, you know, depressed, mad, hated my job, and probably one step away from, you know, suicide. Like, you know, my dad did it. I've had other family members. But my point is, though, if someone would have taught me as a little kid about something like that, then I would have been seeing things differently. You know, everything that's happened for me in my life, it might have started something earlier, you know? And I don't know, so maybe just going to kids and teaching them about other things and stuff like that. So 3 minutes are over, but, you know, something like that, guys. So thank you.
The next three speakers speaking on item A2 are Bob Palomares, Roy Bleckard, and Tom Gerald Sr.
Thank you, Council. What the gentleman was just saying about, you know, when he was a little kid in school, and perhaps if he would have been helped or directed, it may have helped him from what he suffered. And I believe what Ms. Victoria Baca said, that every kid that goes into the school district, she was speaking basically all schools, but she was here in Moreno Valley, that every child should be assessed, because they might be able to pick something up during the assessment that'll help them along the way. And because it puts a burden on the parents, and maybe that's why we have a lot of women, you know, that's a sad thing that I see, is homeless women. No woman should be homeless. And it's just like seniors shouldn't be homeless. So I hope that this task force, when it's put together, that, you know, they tackle those very problems. I know the city has a bridge to the school district, and maybe we can poke at the school district to start assessing these kids, because times are different now. It's harder now. You know, both parents working. I don't think every kid gets to eat in the morning, and the ones that do, they probably get it at school, and from what I hear, it's not too good. So I just hope that, and I pray, you know, someone was saying about we need God. We don't need God. He's already here. We need ourselves. He gave us everything we need to do it. So, you know, just stand up and let's get going. Thank you.
The next three speakers speaking on item A2, Roy Bleckard, Tom Gerald Sr., and James R. Moore.
Mr. Cabrera, since you brought it up at the last council meeting in conjunction with the agenda item, you mentioned you moved this meeting from Tuesday to Wednesday because of Valentine's Day. Proving, and if it wasn't you, then Ratfink who did it, that you can move meetings when it's a convenience to you. But for we the people, you know what finger you've given us. This task force, let's focus on public safety. Our sheriff, Chad Bianco, has said 90% plus are of those that are out on the streets right now have drug problems, alcohol, this or that. That's what I'm talking about, the public safety. We should be concentrating on that, because that is your first job. Most of these problems can be solved very easily if we put our heads together and put it together and get it done. How many of you knew that at least $47 billion has been blown? Ms. Bernard, asked your colleagues down at the county in the probation department, or was explaining that to them at the county board of supervisors. They didn't know that. They knew they had a problem. This is what we have. Is this report or this task force or this agency, maybe you can be the emphasis of starting that, putting it together, how we're going to fix it, how we're not going to repeat the mistakes of the past, because that's the only thing we can learn from the past, because we can't change it. But what we can do is affect the future. As you said, the one thing you can determine from schools is look at the third grade achievement level in reading and math, because that'll tell you what the incarceration rate is going to be in your community. And when your community has 3 out of 4 kids that are not at grade level, you're in deep bandini. You don't fix that, you're not fixing nothing of this. And I make the appeal to everybody listening, everybody in this room. That's where a lot of the place where you should be looking at. Because if you don't fix that, the long-term future is never going to be fixed. You may be able to put a Band-Aid on a bleeding artery, but you're going to kill the patient. That's what the discussion should be. That's what we should be talking about. I'm very curious to see if the reports coming up are doing that, because we didn't even get one. Where's the PDFs of stuff that we could comment on this stuff like we used to have before? It's not there. That's a failure on this board of staff of not putting it together right, and that's why we're in the situation we're in.
The next three speakers speaking on item A2 are Tom Gerald Sr., James R. Moore, and Christopher Baca.
Roy's pretty tall. Tom Gerald, again, speaking on behalf of myself and again for the Sundance Center, Mayor Pro Tem, members of the council, staff here at home. I infer this part of the meeting or the study session is going to be about possible formation of some type of maybe a citizens or a citizens staff task force to move the ball along, if you will. I was thinking while I was waiting to speak, I've actually served on 4 separate committees, actually 5, but one was an ad hoc, it was a business thing put together by the Building Industry Association. I will tell you, the Building Industry Association, we got some stuff done in a very short time. And we saved the home buyers a lot of money and got the city the money they needed, so I was real impressed with that. And but it was a little bit of knockdown, drag-out battles from time to time, but got the job done. And that was in about 6 months, knocked that out. General Plan Committee, I was on 2 years active, 2 years inactive, because we had to go dormant while I went through Planning Commission and then came back to City Council. And then when they did it, we had to sign off on it, if you will, so we had to reconvene. So we kind of had to watch a process. And it was funny, as I've said many times, 18 members on the committee, 2 years in service. And within 6 months, they were doing a new general plan. It was like, we never did it. I was like, was I dreaming or what? I was on Trails Committee for a lot of years, and we got a few things done, but I think I served 10 years on that. I was vice chair 3 or 4 times. And but when you boil the fat out of it, there wasn't as much productivity as I'd like to see. So the bottom line, if we're going to form a committee, set some criteria, set some timelines, set some overall goals, and so that we can get on with the program. The homeless situation is a crisis problem not only in our city. In fact, my boss is from LA, and he lives in a better part of LA, but he likes coming out here because it's so much cleaner. I mean, LA is a disaster, and he's just ashamed of it. So, in fact, he recently journeyed to Russia, and he said, Russia's got it all over the United States right now. So that's a pretty bad calling card. So, bottom line, we need to, if we're going to have a committee, let's make it productive and set some goals and objectives and timelines. Thank you.
The next 2 speakers speaking on item A2 are James R. Moore and Christopher Baca.
How's it going, you guys? Thank you for having me. I wanted to share my thoughts and opinions on a task force for the unhoused. First and foremost, I already told you guys about evidence-based intervention, the housing first approach. But I want to advocate that the unhoused task force comes with the perspective of a biopsychosocial spiritual perspective. There's many factors to homelessness, and I think what the city needs the most is to hire a couple social workers to go out there and do these community needs assessments, bring a humanistic approach to these individuals and start addressing their core issues. And then I believe that the city needs to focus on preventive measures. So as we have the social workers and whatever institution we decide that can help house individuals rapidly, we need to have social workers out there getting their hands dirty. We need to be doing these biopsychosocial spirituals assessment, referring individuals to wherever they need to go. Some of them might need to go to a skilled nursing facility. Some of them might need to go to treatment. And maybe they just need that one caseworker to come in and nudge them and guide them into the right direction with some motivational interviewing. I believe that we also need to have an eviction prevention program. We also need to have a critical time intervention. So when there's certain issues that need to be addressed rapidly, there needs to be a team that can address that. We also wanted to advocate against, someone mentioned it before, the care court. The care court is very important because it does bring a biopsychosocial perspective. They do their assessment. The courts will decide if an individual qualifies for the care court, and then they get housed for 2 years, and then they get a chance to receive substance abuse treatment, mental health treatment, and you can help focus on their job placement. A lot of the people who will qualify for the care court have severe mental health illnesses like schizophrenia, bipolar 1. And so some of these symptoms are really hard to manage. It takes a special person to be able to handle these kind of cases. So I think we need to hire experienced LCSWs, experienced MSWs, and have a multi-collaborative team, not just social workers, psychologists, educators, and I believe that would be the best way to come about having a task force. And again, biopsychosocial, spiritual, and that's what I got. Thank you.
The next three speakers speaking on item A2, Christopher Baca, Julianne Pedrosa, and Luis Palomares.
Good evening again. I think that Care Corps program that this gentleman just mentioned sounds like the solution, and those people, after they complete that program, should have low-income housing available from the city, and that sounds like the winner. But anyhow, as far as the task force is concerned, I'm not sure how you're going to build that, but I think the task force should at first work to remove some of these encampments. And I think maybe an encampment, a temporary encampment, of course, nothing permanent, but a temporary encampment. I saw the one that they had out in, was it Banning off the freeway? That was horrendous. It looked like something out of Mad Max or something. But I believe you can temporarily have something. Maybe you can talk to the Highland Fairview people, and I would suggest an area where the other Davis Road off of Alessandro, and set up a temporary encampment there until you can assess the entire homeless thing, and get these encampments off the streets that are, most of them, I'm not saying all of them, of course, there's a spectrum of why there's homeless people, but a good majority of the encampments are, drug and theft rings. And some of the people on bikes at nighttime are looking for issues. Like I mentioned to Mr. Mayor here, that curfew, after you get a temporary thing set up, get some of these people off the streets, and we'll see lots of this crime dwindle, because most of it is done by, people out there scoping the area and seeing, what kind of systems they have and so forth. So I would suggest a temporary encampment until you get the situation under control, and getting programs like this one that the gentleman just spoke about to assess the people with mental conditions, drug addiction, and, basically I think, I don't know how you're going to find the people that are on the verge of being homeless, because most of them probably just pack up and go somewhere else. And, but that's where there should be services for people that, can't pay their rent and are looking at evictions and so forth. And, that's for the future, for people to keep people from going into homeless situations. I think I'm not one for cliches, but I think it takes a village kind of works here with people. Me, myself, I'm not affiliated with no nonprofit. I'm not affiliated with no entity. I'm not asking for government funds, but me, myself, I go several. I'm not one to brag either. It's not for bragging. It's just, people can help the people. Okay, I'm sorry.
The final two speakers speaking on item A2, are Julianne Pedrosa and Luis Palomares.
Julianne Perdosa from Building Up Lives Foundation. As far as the task force, please make sure the task force is working night shift as well. Please, because a lot of the homeless sleep during the day. So by the time services close their doors, the homeless are waking up. So it makes no sense. There's a lot of people that do not get services because by the time they're up, functioning, and getting ready to speak to someone, there's no one to speak to. And right now, our biggest main thing, and we can talk about the past, and we can talk about all this stuff of the past, the biggest main thing is there's no place to put them. We need to build. We need to figure out where are we putting them. We can't send them back to another area. That sounds great, but that's not logical, you guys. It's not. They're here. They're going to keep coming here. And I'll guarantee you, Summer, you're going to have double what you're seeing right now. So we got to get it in some form of plan. These pods can be done in 6 months. They already have the land. They already built it. Make it happen. If it's not that, figure out another way. But figure it out soon because summer is coming. And we're going to have an influx of homeless. It's going to be worse. Your fires, your break-ins are going to be worse. Let me tell you that right now. And I have to tell you, almost 100% that stay on the streets long enough will turn to drugs, not because they're drug addicts, not because they're low lives of people. They're people like us, period. I've ran into multimillionaires. I ran into an actress that was very famous that walked into Building Up Lives Foundation. So it's not about the quality of the people. We're all the same. We all bleed red. The thing is when they run into this bad luck or whatever happens that gets them on the street trauma, when they're on the streets, to stay warm, to stay awake so you don't get raped or mugged, you're going to turn to the dope dealer that sells a $2 pill because the Red Bull coffee is not going to keep you up at night. And you're going to figure that out. So it's survival. So we have to pinpoint, the survival. Not all are addicts. You got to understand that. And there are a percent that are out there that are working, never touch drugs, and they're trying not to. But if you keep them on there long enough, guess what they're going to do? Because it's part of the survival system. It's not because they're low class or anything like that. They're human beings. We need housing. As far as in task force, we need the professionals out there, and we need people that are not pencil pushers, but people pushers. We need people that will build them up, find out what there are. There's elderly and disabled that we keep forgetting to place. Thank you.
The final speaker speaking on item A2 is Luis Palomares.
Luis Palomares, community activist. Wow, we could send a man to the moon, really, and we can't solve this problem. It's all over. It's through our nation, every state, everywhere. And it's so sad, and we got to find a solution for it, and sooner than later. So, and I believe it starts in our schools, because if our kids ain't learning, these are going to be the next homeless. Really. It's an epidemic we're going through right now. So I hope a lot of these ideas will get together and we make it happen. But where and how, everybody's got a solution where and where. I mean, not in my backyard, they say, though, you know. That's the hard part. Some people say Sunnyme Boulevard. They're doing something right there on Heacock and Sunnyme Boulevard. Well, you know, the homeless gather there. It's not because it's a bad district. They gather there because everything's close. The stores, they can get around. The bus stops, everything else. So whatever solution we come up with, we got to have everything for them in place. We got to have that they get from point A to point B. They can go wherever they need to do and take care of all their whatever's going on with them. So I hope we really come to a task force that's really going to do something. And there's some out there that are, well, and the task force, you don't get $1 for that. But they had a count, right, on the 28th of January. And a lot of these people that are lobbying our mayor, Cabrera, the lobbyers that want $1, bring the grants, and we'll come and apply for these grants. Were they out there in that count? I want to know. And Bob talked about the hole in the wall. That's grassroots. The hole in the wall, we got to help them. Somebody has to help them get their ducks in a row and get their paperwork right, because they're the ones that really get out there and do a lot. They're asking for just a little bit of help. They're not asking for a whole ton of money, you know. And as far as shelters, build them and they'll come. They got a shelter over there. Here they come. Oh, wow, here they come. That's what I'm worrying about. Let's take care of the people in our backyard first. And it's hard to identify them. Wow. So hopefully we can get to the bottom of this and make something happen here. That's people put their heart and their time and their energy, and not some of these people are here for $1. And I'll say it again. Let's not waste the dollars. Let's really do it without putting $1 into just whatever the cities, Riverside, Perez County, Riverside, Moreno Valley. Everybody put their time and their money and their energy into it, and don't ask for nothing. Go out and start your own nonprofit. There's ways you can get it. You know, Mrs. Brava and Mrs. Luna, there's ways you can get this money. You don't have to come to the city and try to get it, please. And thank you for the nonprofits that are out there doing what they're doing. Thank you.
That concludes public comment, Mayor.
Thank you, Madam Clerk, and thank you for all of our public speakers here tonight. So that'll conclude public comment on both items A1 and A2. And at this time, we will have an opportunity as well for council discussion, council comments and questions of staff. But first, I will turn it back over to staff. We'll go to item A1 for a report of financial and management services.
Thank you, Honorable Mayor, council members. We do have a presentation for you tonight. The last presentation that we did provide to this particular council was in 2020. So this is an expanded version of that particular presentation. Could have been my phone. Sorry, it was on the speaker. So as we do have new council members and so forth, so it might be a little bit of educational for some and possibly a duplicate for others. So the homeless challenges and options for the city, this is the update that we're going to go through. First thing that a lot of people ask of me as FMS oversees our homeless efforts through grants and through our programs. Is homelessness a crime in California? It is not. It's not illegal to be homeless in California. So as we get into some of the educational aspects of homelessness, and we heard a lot of speakers talk about the federal government, the county, and the city, and the school districts, and who's ultimately responsible. And so the next few slides are going to, in essence, go through some of the regulatory framework of all the various agencies that are inclusive in this conversation. So the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development, they're actually tasked with dealing with housing and homelessness. So their mission is, in essence, responsible for the national policy and programs that address America's housing needs, that improve and develop the nation's communities, to enforce fair housing laws, as well as their business in helping create a decent home and suitable living environment for all Americans. And it has given Americans, communities, a strong national voice at the cabinet level. So obviously, we go to our state assembly. We also have our federal partners as well, and we do petition for them to look for resources and funding as well. HUD plays a major role in supporting ownership by underwriting home ownership for lower and moderate income families through its mortgage insurance programs. Their major programs, they have many. Obviously, the mortgage and loan insurance that I just mentioned, as well as the CDBG or Community Development Block Grants to help communities with economic development, job opportunities, and housing rehabilitation. Home Investment Partnership Act block grants to develop and support affordable housing and low-income residents. They also have one that's not listed here, but it is the Emergency Solutions Grant. And so all three of those, the CDBG, the home, the ESG, the city does receive funding as we are an entitlement city as well. But the county receives funding in the same manner as well. Rental assistance in the form of Section 8 certificates or vouchers for low-income households. And then public or subsidized housing for low-income individuals and families. Homeless assistance provided through local communities and faith-based and other nonprofit organizations. And I'll expand on this on the next slide and what that means. And then fair housing, public education, and enforcement. So to go back to the prior bullet point, homeless assistance provided through local communities and faith-based and other nonprofit organizations is really what is called the HUD's County Continuum of Care program. And this program, in essence, mandates that each county in a particular state across the nation, in essence, has a mandate from the federal government to create programs that promote community-wide commitment to the goal of ending homelessness. The program provides funding for efforts by nonprofit providers and state and local governments to quickly rehouse homeless individuals and families while minimizing the trauma and dislocation caused to homeless individual, families, and communities by homelessness. The program promotes access to and affects utilization of mainstream programs by homeless individuals and families. The program optimizes self-sufficiency amongst individuals and families experiencing homelessness. So this is a mandate that's put on Riverside County of Continuum of Care. It's put on all of the other counties up and down the state of California. So all, I believe it's 57 counties, have this requirement. And in essence, because they have this requirement, they also receive funding from Housing and Urban Development. Before I get into the funding and additional mandates of each continuum of care, I want to go ahead and discuss what are the federally defined categories of homelessness. And so we used to have 4. They've introduced an additional one. So the base 4 that we've always had are literally homeless, imminent risk of homelessness, homeless under the federal statutes, fleeing or attempting to flee domestic violence. And then the new one is kind of the chronically homeless, and that's been recently defined by HUD as well. So I want to, if you can indulge me, I just want to go through the actual definitions that are outlined by HUD for each of these particular categories. So literally homeless is individual or family who lacks a fixed, regular, or adequate nighttime residence, meaning has a primary nighttime residence that is a public or private place not meant for human habitation, is living in a public or privately operated shelter designated to provide temporary living arrangements, including congregate shelters, transitional housing, and hotels and motels paid for by charitable organizations or by federal, state, and local programs, or is exiting an institution where she has resided for 90 days or less, and who's resided in an emergency shelter or place not meant for human habitation immediately before entering that institution. When you get into the imminent risk of homelessness, it is an individual or family who will imminently lose their primary nighttime residence, provided that residents will be lost within 14 days of the date of application for homeless assistance. No subsequent residence has been identified, and the individual or family lacks the resource or support networks needed to obtain other permanent housing. The other category is the homeless under the federal statutes, is unaccompanied youth under 25 years of age, or families with children or youth who do not otherwise qualify as homeless under this definition, but who are defined as homeless under other listed federal statutes, have not had a lease, ownership interest, or occupancy agreement in permanent housing during the 60 days prior to the homeless assistance application, have experienced persistent instability as measured by 2 moves or more during the preceding 60 days, and can be expected to continue in such status for an extended period of time due to special needs or barriers. The next category is fleeing or attempting to flee domestic violence. Any individual or family who is fleeing or is attempting to flee domestic violence has no other residence and lacks the resources or support networks to obtain permanent housing. The last category is chronic homelessness. So in 2015, HUD published the definitions for chronic homelessness, which is an individual with a disability or defined in the McKinney-Vento Assistant Act, and we'll get into that. It has to do with youth account and so forth. Lives in a place not meant for human habitation, a safe haven, or in an emergency shelter, and has been homeless and living as described for at least 12 months or on at least 4 separate occasions in the last 3 years, as long as the combined occasion equal at least 12 months, and each break in homelessness separating the occasion included at least 7 consecutive nights of not living as described. An individual who has been residing in an institutional care facility for less, including jail, substance abuse, or mental health treatment facility, hospital, or other similar facility for fewer than 90 days and met all of the criteria of the definition before entering the facility, or a family with an adult head of household, or if there is no adult in the family, a minor head of household who meets all of the criteria of this definition, including the family whose composition has fluctuated with the head of household, has been homeless. Thank you for letting me to at least speak of the definitions for this, because these definitions actually drive what is occurring in the county's continuum of care point-in-time count. And this is how they categorize those individuals that are of this population. So as part of HUD's regulated mandates, they mandate the COCs, which is the county continuum of care, to to count sheltered, unsheltered homeless people annually. Typically, Riverside has their count in January. The County of Riverside holds a 1-day street-based homeless, 3-day service-based and unaccompanied youth, and 7-day post-outreach count, referred to collectively as the point-in-time count. You guys on the dais and those in the audience are probably more known to the 1-day count, which we typically have volunteers come and they assist the county officials from the continuum of care, as well as other county and nonprofit organizations that assist in the count. So the county's continuum of point-in-time count, when you take a look at 1-day, 3-day, and 7-day post-outreach counts, there's significant potential for multiple counts of the same individual. But these are the regulations that they have to abide by HUD. And all of this information that comes from the county's continuum of care gets uploaded into the HUD's web portals so that anybody could look at that data. So the county point-in-time count, who is counted, who's not counted. So basically, those that are surveyed or observed individuals are sheltered, unsheltered, sheltered places not meant for human habitation, sheltered, emergency sheltered, and traditional housing for homeless. Those that aren't counted per HUD guidelines are individuals that are in the medical facility, chemical dependency facilities, jails, prisons, or juvenile detention facilities, foster care homes, or group homes when the count actually takes place. Riverside County has various subpopulations of our point in time, of their point in time count. And their subpopulations are guided by HUD regulations, but this is how our county breaks this down. So they break it into families with children, unaccompanied youth, which is age 24 and under, which for federal guidelines, obviously 24 you would think is an adult, but age 24 and under is youth. Seniors, age 60 and over, veterans, first-time homeless, chronically homeless, formerly incarcerated, and couch surfers. To give you some historical data of the county's point-in-time count and what it means directly for the count that was in Moreno Valley. So here, this slide basically shows from 2015 through 2022, our interviewed and observational totals. And I just want to mention that in 2021, the Continuum of Care did not perform any count based on COVID-19 pandemic, and they received a HUD exemption approved, so that's why there's no data for that particular year. But as you can see, from 2015 through 2022, we've had 61 homeless for 2015, 73 homeless for 2017, 77, 38, 165, and 77 last year, respectively, for each of those particular years. Now, this is not Moreno Valley's count. This is obviously the Riverside County's Continuum of Care point-in-time count. When you look at and break down the 2022 point-in-time count, and you look at the homeless count results just for unsheltered, and you kind of look at our peer cities, which are Hemet, Riverside, Banning, Temecula, and Paris, you get to see where we kind of fit in compared to our peers. So the 2022 unsheltered homeless count, Hemet had 82, Riverside had 514, Banning had 54, Temecula had 28, and Paris had 59, Moreno Valley had 77. When you look at the populations for each of those particular jurisdictions and you break that down to how many homeless were counted per 1,000 population of each jurisdiction, you get these factors that then kind of align as where we rank with those other jurisdictions. So based on the counted numbers of homeless and the populations of each jurisdiction, Hemet has 0.91 homeless per 1,000 population. Riverside had 1.61 homeless per population. Banning 1.74. Temecula has 0.25. Paris had 0.74. And then Moreno Valley ranks at 0.36, 0.37 homeless per 1,000. And based on the Continuum of Care's 2022 point-in-time count report, they show all of the various funding that occurs for, or that they receive for a given year. So in 2022, the Continuum of Care received $49.8 million alone. Now, HUD's COC program, as you can see in the blue lower right quadrant, showed $10.4 million. So the mandates that the federal government mandates on the Riverside County Continuum of Care, they in essence got $10.4 million just to assist with the regional homeless aspect within Riverside County. But there's other funding just within the Continuum of Care that they receive for ESG, which is the Emergency Solutions Grant, the HAP, the CASH. But more importantly, when you look at the Housing Authority in the County of Riverside and the Housing and Community Development totals, you're looking at $400 million worth of funding that Riverside County receives, in which their main goal in each of these three functional areas is, one, to provide housing inventory, affordable housing, and more importantly, to provide adequate housing and inventory for homelessness. So again, federal government recognizes that it is a national issue. They recognize that the only way that they could assist states and counties is to take a regional approach, be able to fund each of the continuum cares at the county level so that each county with any given state can determine how to regionally attack this particular pandemic that has gone nationally. And quite frankly, people will say California has the most homelessness, and it does, because we do have sunshine for almost 300 days a year. But still, they do recognize that it is a national aspect and a crisis, and therefore they are trying to fund those jurisdictions on a regional basis. The other aspect from a federal government perspective that I mentioned as I was detailing out the definitions of homelessness, it referenced McKinney-Vento Homeless Assistance Act. This is basically an act that mandates youth counts and who is responsible for assisting with youth, and basically it comes down to boards of education and unified school districts that are mandated by the federal government and the states to ensure that they are properly providing enough support to stamp out homelessness within their populations. So homelessness is defined through the McKinney-Vento Act is individual or family who lacks a fixed, regular, or adequate nighttime residence, kind of what I mentioned before when I was describing the definitions for the federally defined homelessness categories. The eligibility of who is covered under this particular act is strictly just children and youth. And what they're looking for is those that are sharing housing of others due to loss of housing, economic hardship, or similar reason. Those that are living in motels, hotels, trailer parks, campgrounds, living in cars, parks, abandoned buildings, bus or train stations, living in a public or private place not designed for humans to live. These themes are kind of being resonated amongst not only the adult but also the youth population here as well. Living in emergency or transitional shelters, foster care, unaccompanied youth, abandoned to another adult. But the act requires the school districts to act and to ensure they're providing services to ensure that homelessness does not occur in any one of their districts. So requires every school district to have a homeless student liaison to try to identify homeless students and report the numbers to the U.S. Department of Education and to coordinate services as well. Local educational agencies are required to protect the rights of homeless children and youth and make determinations of homelessness are made on a case-by-case basis by the school district. So based on this mandate, they have to provide youth with school stability, support for academic success, make decisions based on the best interests of the child, and children have the right to remain in their school of origin. So based on the funding available that comes from the California Department of Education as it's passed through the various agencies, in 2021, 21-22, and 22-23, this particular graph shows the funding that was received for the Riverside County Board of Education, which is on the left-hand side, the Riverside Unified School District, which is in the middle, and the Moreno Valley Unified School District, which is on the right side of the graph. As you can see, most of the funding over those 3 years typically would range in the $200,000 range. 21-22 was an anomaly because of all of the pandemic funding that was available through ARP, and so you see those spikes. But that was what each of those particular agencies received from the California Department of Education. The next slide here shows what the student population is in each of these particular school districts. These are the surrounding school districts to Moreno Valley, which is Paris Elementary, Moreno Valley Unified, Banning Unified, Valverde Unified, Paris Union High, Riverside Unified, and Hemet Unified. So the student count, which is the second column from the left, these are counts that are reported by the California Department of Education and can be found on their website. If you go to the right, which is labeled as number in district, that number in district is actually the youth homeless count as reported to the U.S. Department of Education. And then obviously the last column on the right is just a percentage of the district. So it's taking the number in the district column and dividing it by the student count column. You'll notice that there's a considerable increase compared to other districts when you look at Moreno Valley Unified. So their population of student count is roughly 31,600, and their homeless count was over 6,600. So almost 20% of the district. Now, this comes from the fact that most of the families that are in their district are doubled up, meaning that they're living with another family. So as part of those defined categories for the McKinney-Vento Act, they're either unsheltered, doubled up, living with another family, sheltered transitional housing, and hotel motel that I mentioned before. And so this is the actual count for Moreno Valley. So this just basically shows that if you take the details from all the other unified districts, we very well might be, or Moreno Valley Unified School District might be in line, except for the doubled up living with another family, which in essence doesn't mean that they're necessarily homeless without a roof over their head on a given night, but because the definitions that the federal government establishes, it has to be reported that way. The continuum of care is a resource as we get into the resource section of this particular presentation. Continuum of care is who we look at because they do receive the federal mandated direction from HUD, but also they receive the most amount of regional funding to stamp out homelessness. And so they do provide homeless food shelter programs. We do have to attend governance and meetings. So every single jurisdiction within Riverside County is part of the COC. We do have requirements to make sure that we meet on a regular basis and have certain attendance at each of the meetings, just so that we can participate in that conversation and how they allocate their funds. They have, in order to get help, they do have the Connect Homeless services. They have learning opportunities, supplemental unshared special NOFOs that go out, which are notice of funding opportunities. They do have care competitions, management information systems, and planning. They also have various literature and so forth on their website. And Home Connect is basically the 211. And so if you were to pick up your phone, dial 211, and it would actually go to the continuum of care. Also, as part of Continuum of Care's mandate, they are mandated by HUD, the federal government, to provide emergency shelters, to provide transitional housing, rapid rehousing, and permanent supportive housing numbers of all of the services that are available within a particular jurisdiction on any given year. So this is 2022's count of what they submitted to HUD. And out of all of the emergency shelters within the Riverside County, they're listed here. I'm not going to go ahead and name them all. But as you can see, there are several. You get into the transitional housing, and there are several. Rapid rehousing, there are several. And permanent supportive housing, there are several. To a total of 3,537 beds that are available through these various entities and community-based organizations and or Riverside County themselves. So that's a tremendous amount of beds that are available within our particular Riverside County. And these are the numbers that were reported by the Continuum of Care to the federal government. Here's some additional resources, basically transportation, cool, warm centers, showers, and so forth. And this is all in our local resource guide. And I know for those that are in attendance tonight, there's local resource guides on the table in the back. But basically, it is a guide that we've had now for, I believe, about 5 years at least. And this particular guide has been given to all of our community-based organizations. It resides within our facilities as well, so anybody that's coming in and asking for questions, as well as our community enhancement teams and our POP teams through our sheriff's contract have them. And it basically is a book that provides all of the services within the area. It covers shelters, assistance to attain emergency housing, children and teens, homeless youth, warm cool centers, food, clothes, hotlines and referrals, mental health, showers, a myriad of various things, also including drug and alcohol addiction recovery and counseling and so forth. It also includes a map of where all those various entities and organizations are located. Some of the other resources that we have is the MyMoVal website. So this website was developed long about, I believe, 2017, 2018 timeframe, and it basically is a location that people can go and volunteer, engage, and unite. We do have a homeless tab here where all of our homeless programs and outreach resides. When we collaborate with all of our nonprofits on our quarterly nonprofit roundtable meetings, we go through the MyMoVal website. They do actually submit requests for their particular events to be placed on the calendar on that site, so everybody can obtain information about their various events that are occurring. The other resource that we have is the Citywide Coalition. That was created long ago and is now, in essence, run as a portion of the nonprofit and clergy collaborating together to expand the Citywide Coalition. We also have a homeless assistance team. Now, this is, in essence, a carry card that this team carries with us. I have blocked out all of the various numbers that are associated with all of these particular people and CBOs that are part of this particular task force, just because they are personal cell phones that are on there. So, but rest assured, there are numbers and so forth, phone numbers that are on this particular document. But this homeless assistance team meets on a monthly basis, and it's made up of myself as I oversee all of the homeless programs here for the city under FMS. It includes the parks maintenance group and the park rangers, our community enhancement teams, the Salvation Army as part of our partner, along with police, the POP team, HOT teams, various special teams that Sheriff's Department have, and other resources such as Home Connect, RUHS, and so forth, so that we have this collaboration on a monthly basis with all of these various entities and organizations to ensure that we're properly aligning our services with those that are homeless, but more importantly, those homeless individuals that will accept our services. Because there are several homeless individuals that don't accept services, and we've been talking to them for years now, and still will not accept our services. So this is a team that has been established now for several years. When you get into specifically what does the city of Moreno Valley do in our programming and our funding of our programs, this particular table shows the various funding sources by fiscal year. It has expanded, obviously, with 1920 and 2021 with some of the pandemic COVID funding that we received. But basically, the steadfast funding for CDBG has come from CDBG and ESG HUD funding. As part of the pandemic, we received some of the CDBG CV and ESG CV, as well as the Emergency Rental Assistance Program, which was coined ERAP 1 and 2. All of that was kind of the pandemic funding. And recently, we transitioned some of our programs out of CDBG into the general fund, and I'll get into that here shortly. But basically, it shows all of our funding for these particular years compared to the homeless pit counts that I mentioned earlier over those years. And it comes to what our programs are costing per homeless individual. So I'm not going to run through all of the years, but basically in 15-16, we were looking at $6,700 worth of cost per average homeless individual. Again, with 1920, 2021, and 2022 being anomalies because of the pandemic funding, when you look at 21-22 compared to the homeless that we had of 77, we actually spent $122,000 on, in essence, funding for the homeless count for that particular year. Now, keep in mind 2021 and 2022 fiscal years, when you look at the ERAP 1 and ERAP 2 rows, that was $17 million that we received in rental assistance programming funds. So in essence, that's $17 million that went to assist individuals that would most likely at this point be homeless had they not had this assistance. As also part of a partnership, these aren't reflected in these numbers, but as part of the relationship with the United Way and the County of Riverside, and they also partnered with United Way to run their ERAP programs or their rental assistance programs. We were able to benefit, or Moreno Valley residents were able to benefit and tap into the Riverside County funding sources. So ERAP 1 for the county was over $50 million. I can't remember off the top of my head how much ERAP 2 was, but United Way never stopped taking applications from members of the Moreno Valley residents due to the fact that they knew Riverside agreed that we could tap into the Riverside County funding. So all total, out of the $17 million that we actually had residents tap into almost $22 million worth of rental assistance. When you look at the fiscal year 21-22 CDBG and ESG funding specifically, compared to our peer jurisdictions that I mentioned in the previous slides when we were talking about the PIT count. I have to base it off of 21-22 because obviously that is already been reported to each of these agencies as well as the federal government. So this is all predicated off of the one-year action plan for CDBG and ESG funding. You look at how much total funding was spent by each jurisdiction compared to their PIT counts, and it comes down to how much funding per capita. So as you can see, Moreno Valley is at the bottom. We funded $4,769 per capita of homeless compared to our peers. Temecula spent $969. Riverside was only $1,421. Hemet, they spent more than us. It was $5,689. Unfortunately, there's no data for Banning and Paris. City of Banning does not list their annual action plan or any reporting grants for FY 21-22. And the HUD's allocation report indicates that they did not receive any of the funding. So unfortunately, I didn't have any information for 21-22. The City of Paris, HUD's allocation indicate that Paris received $912,828 in CDBG funding, but the city has not updated their website. So HUD's allocation report indicates that they actually received $968,708 in CDBG funding. So as we move away from the PIT counts, as we move away from the federal government, the continuum of care, and everything that was occurring in 21-22 and the 22 count, we just focus on what is occurring in the city of Moreno Valley and the city programs for 2023. So these particular city programs that I'm going to discuss right now is, in essence, the city programs that are right on or from our CDBG and HUD funding. But we do have the three main programs that we have are all contracted and supported by the Salvation Army. It's the Homeless Assistance Program, and this program was designed to assist individuals in the navigation of programs, services that can guide them towards housing and stability. Many of the speakers tonight mentioned the Homeless to Work program. That was a program to offer employment opportunities, focus on building up lives, and establish a long-term employment, housing, and sustainability of our neighbors experiencing homelessness. The newer program that was created out of some of the ESG, CV, or COVID funding from the pandemic was a rapid rehousing program. And this is a program that provides case management services, which includes community outreach and wide range of homeless and homeless prevention services to low-income residents. The goal of this particular program is to assist households maintaining stable housing and prevent increased homelessness resulting from the impact of COVID-19. This was $1 million program that was funded through COVID-19 funding, and it was to specifically approved by HUD to assist 40 homes, 40 families. We also have other programs that are funded through CDBG and ESG. We have a senior nutrition program through Family Services Association. We have an emergency shelter for youth through Operation Safe House. I believe one of the speakers tonight mentioned this particular youth shelter. We fund that. Community betterment and problem-oriented policing. So there is a portion of this that goes to the POP and HOT teams to help certain targeted areas within the CDBG map that is approved by HUD. We have a Safe Communities project with Riverside Area Rape Crisis Center. The MOVAN, which is a senior transportation program with Friends of the Moreno Valley Senior Center. The court-appointed special advocate, or the CASA program with Voice of Children. The anti-discrimination service and landlord-tenant counseling services. One of the speakers mentioned that they were tenant counseling services, so we actually fund services for that. Homeless prevention with the Lutheran Social Services of Southern California. So those programs are all other programs that are funded through HUD, CDBG, and ESG funds. Now what I'd like to do is transition to the three main programs that the city runs through the Salvation Army. So Homeless to Work, Homeless Assistance Program, and the Rapid Rehousing Program. Mayor, I'd like to go ahead and invite Kelly and David Kane. Both of them are captains with the Salvation Army, and they administer our programs for you.
Absolutely, and welcome, Lieutenant Kane. Thank you for and your wife for making the time to be here. I know you have children, but appreciate you making the time to be here with us. Thank you.
We do. Thanks for acknowledging that. Yeah, our little guys, we had a text and say, we're going to be late. That's okay. This is important. It's so important that we have the opportunity to speak to you obviously this is an issue that is close to our heart. This is a place where we live. This is where we exist. And these are our neighbors. If I was moved by some of the comments that I heard this evening from this group. I heard statements like, we need to care for our own. It's a big deal. I heard statements like, we need to be servants. We need to care about housing. We want to have an open mind. We need to know our neighbors who are homeless. We need to know them. Isn't that a big deal? We are here because we care, and it is our responsibility. I heard it said that we need to learn from each other. That's a big deal. I heard it said that we are going to have to take care of each other. And the Salvation Army is just a small piece of that. What we share tonight is not the solution to every problem, but it's our approach. And we're very proud of the work we're doing. And we're also grateful for the strong support of our community and the city in this approach. Just to give a small piece of history about the Salvation Army in Moreno Valley, we were a small location off of Alessandro and Graham, and we struggled in that location to serve this city. We believe deeply in the city of Moreno Valley, but our small budget couldn't press forward. And so by merging our operations with our Riverside location, it's given us a strong administrative hub to open a secondary location here in Moreno Valley and pour direct resources into this community. We are here in Moreno Valley. We care about this city. My wife and I lived here for many years. We care deeply about the city of Moreno Valley. And we'd like to just explain a couple of the approaches that we're doing. If you see there, we just said that we are solving homelessness one life at a time. And I think that's so important. Now, what we see on the screen is an approach. It's a social work model that the Salvation Army implements in addressing the needs of the folks that we help. We know very well that just shoveling resources at a problem will not solve the problem. If that solved homelessness, then those massive numbers that we saw before would have wiped this out. But we have greater needs of the folks that we serve. We know that a child that is born in poverty is 32 times more likely to become an adult in poverty. And that means that we have a serious issue of breaking cycles of poverty in our community if we're to care for each other and if we're to make a change that is lasting for our communities. Pathway of Hope is a casework model that we implement on a volunteer basis for everyone who receives services through the Salvation Army. It is primarily gauged at addressing families' needs, but it also addresses the needs of an individual. We have assessment tools that help us to understand the color behind the black and white. We know that an individual who is experiencing homelessness is experiencing incredible trauma. They're experiencing, they've been through abuse, or they've had unthinkable situations in their own lives, and they can't see past that moment of crisis. And it's our goal to move individuals from areas of crisis onto places of sustainability. And in order to get there, we have an assessment tool that we use called the Hearth Hope Index. It is an assessment tool that measures the level of hope in an individual as we walk them through the process of gaining housing, gaining employment, beginning to seek out mental health services, addiction services, whatever the needs of the individual might be. Our Hope Index allows color behind the black and white as we work with individuals to assess their needs and then assess their level of hope. What a beautiful thing to quantify. We can move on to this next slide. Now, we're going to speak specifically about a few of the programs that we implement here in Moreno Valley. Most familiar to folks is our Homeless to Work program. The Homeless to Work program has been going strong for 5 years. The goal of the program is twofold. We're here to clean the city, make it a happier, healthier place to live, and then we want to offer employment opportunities focused on building up lives and establishing long-term employment, housing, and sustainability for our neighbors experiencing homelessness. And I just want to draw your attention to this picture here, because this young gentleman right here used to come to our Moreno Valley facility, and he refused to take a food box. He said, I want to be a participant in whatever I get, so I'll clean that dumpster area for you as long as you give me food. And we said, William, we'll give you food for free. And he said, no, I want to be a part of it. And we thought, there's something here. There's something here that can build William and give him purpose and an opportunity. And as we started to create a system that could be what became the Homeless to Work program, we knew that offering an individual an opportunity to be a participant in their recovery and their restoration was very important for addressing some of the deep issues inside of an individual. Today, William has his own place. He comes by, he drives his car over to my office. He sits in my desk for way too long, distracts me way too long because I got stuff to do, but he loves hanging out at the Salvation Army. We can move on to the next slide. The Homeless to Work program, since its inception over 5 years, has had over 8,000 interactions with individuals right here in Moreno Valley. That means that just because an individual didn't take advantage of the work program, it doesn't mean that we haven't interacted with them and given them opportunities to connect to services. In fact, some of those connections have led to other outlets. So we have 800 referrals that have led to health and addiction programs and triaged folks to where they need to be to get the help that they need. So our work program is also an outreach program that addresses the needs of folks that might not qualify or be eligible for the program. In this time, we've had 116 individuals have completed our 90-day work program, and we're really proud of this. 60 individuals have moved on to housing and employment. Now, that's over 50% of the individuals who complete our program move on to housing and employment. There's something there. And now this is a small program. It means that we have 5 individuals at any time and then 1 outreach worker that works with the individuals, and then a case worker assigned to work along with a strength-based case management model that can build individuals up. So this small number has accomplished 50% of the individuals that complete our program move on to housing and stability. And we're very proud of those numbers. If you see Grant here, we could just flip back for that slide there, because I think stories give color to the black and white. Grant was living in his car, and he didn't know what to do, but the program offered him hope and healing. And today I get pictures. He texts me pictures. He lives in Las Vegas, and he just moved into a house, and he says, look, I got a pool. Check it out, Captain. Look at this. Next slide. And we just went over that 50% of the individuals who complete our program move on to housing and stability. But this is kind of a cool statistic. 44,000 pounds of trash have been cleaned off the streets of Moreno Valley. I think that that's significant, maybe an underappreciated aspect of this program and how it benefits our community from multiple aspects. Next slide. So at the heart of this program and the power behind it is the fact that we offer case management and a case manager that helps to walk alongside the individual as they work towards health, healing, housing, and a holistic approach. We have individuals that meet weekly and understand the key to this program is this, and I heard it said here tonight. I heard it said that we need to listen better, and that's the key to our program. We sit with individuals, we listen to their barriers. Rather than moving immediately towards solutions and shoveling resources, we sit and we listen. We listen for their barriers, for their wounds, for their scars, for their challenges, and then we work to knock down barriers and move them towards permanent solutions. Sometimes the first barrier that they present is not their actual problem. And so by becoming really good listeners, we can become participants in long-term solutions, just one life at a time. And that brings us to leading to meaningful work and progress. We know that individuals who come into our program, one of the greatest aspects of becoming whole and reaching healing again is that you find meaning and purpose, right? All of us. We don't find purpose in our clock in and our out. We find purpose in the ways that we affect the world around us, the way that we pour into our children, the way that we love our friends. These are the aspects that are overlooked when we're addressing life change, one life at a time. Next slide. The next program that we'd like to mention is our homeless assistance program. This program became a need in our city because we knew that our homeless to work program wasn't enough. Not every individual experiencing homelessness is eligible for the program for multiple reasons. And so we knew that there were issues of the individual experiencing homelessness and then the services that were available to them. We've seen the statistics. There are tons of opportunities for individuals to plug into services and resources. But the issue is, if you're homeless and you don't have a car and you don't have a way to get to those services and you're just trying to figure out how to eat that day or figuring out how to have a safe place to sleep that night, then you are not concerned about that. And so our homeless assistance program offers one outreach individual who travels through the streets of Moreno Valley, and we know the streets of Moreno Valley really well every day, and he's a conduit between the individual and the services that were provided. We're very proud of his hard work. We also coordinate with other entities throughout the city. We believe that this coordinated system is essential to our success. I know that there are community enhancement officers that face some of the greatest homeless challenges every day because there are encampments in unsafe areas. And so those community enhancement officers call the Salvation Army and say, we need your help. We know that you have relationship with individuals, and we need help making this a safe place and helping someone to find a better place for them to be, and also make it safe for this park right here. We want to create safe places. So we coordinate with PD and with community enhancement. I called it code enforcement here. I like community enhancement better. And also the city staff in order to take a coordinated approach to addressing the needs. And if you see this picture here, this is Lisa. Lisa was homeless on the streets of Moreno Valley for 3 years. We made weekly, sometimes daily visits to Lisa. And Lisa couldn't imagine her life without alcohol. And she would get, some days she was having really hard days, and some days she was having better days, and we could talk to Lisa. But we showed up every day, sometimes with a sandwich, sometimes with a water bottle, but the same face consistently. And we sat with Lisa, and we listened to Lisa. And this is a picture of Lisa riding in her truck after she's completed her 90-day rehabilitation program, and she's just been placed, and we're helping her move into her own sober living. And she is celebrating, and she's a new person. Now, her problems aren't solved. We're still walking with her. But after 3 years, she decided to make a decision, and we were there because we built relationship, and we were present. This is just one outreach worker, but we know that an average of 1 to 2 people, our team gets off the streets every week. Now, last week, we had a killer week. We got 6 people off the streets just last week. We're one person. We're doing what we can, and we're committed to this city, and we're committed to the individuals that we meet with every day. Next slide. The next slide is our rapid rehousing and prevention programs. These are all HUD-funded programs that allow us to offer resources from the federal government and address the greatest needs here in our community. These are some numbers of that. We set an outcome goal for our rapid rehousing funds of 40 families. And if you see, we are at 30 families permanently housed as of today. We have 6 more months to go, so we are going to blow our projections out of the water. We also have 40 families. Part of the process of moving someone towards permanent housing is that we can administer emergency hotel funds, and so we use those funds. This is a challenge, and I'll say very well, my wife can speak to it.
And yes, I'd just like to speak to this. This is the HUD funding, the ESG-CV, so that Brian was discussing, and it is specifically COVID related. And so there has to be a COVID impact statement. It's very restrictive. We find a lack of inventory a serious issue, trying to find something that families can qualify for based on their income. And so while it sounds amazing and it sounds like, oh, maybe that's not a lot of numbers for offer, $1 million. I will just say that a lot of times we're walking with these families for a whole year. It's not just a one time. It's doing the security deposit. It's walking with them for up to a year to help them to make sure that they are sufficient and stable so that they don't exit back to homelessness. The goal of this entire program is to help somebody be sufficient and stable so that they do not exit back to homelessness. Part of that with the ERAP funds that that Brian also touched on, we were awarded some of that, and what we found was that oftentimes we were helping get them stable, but then if they didn't have the intense case management, which wasn't a part of that program, then they were struggling to then continue to stay housed. And so really this rapid rehousing program is really about a long-term approach of helping people stay housed in their homes. And it's very restrictive.
Yeah, these are difficult funds to administer. In fact, I'll just say that the HUD funds that we administer actually cost the Salvation Army money to make sure that we direct towards the city of Moreno Valley. They don't pay the admin costs or the building fees or any of the indirect costs that it costs us to make sure that these funds come to this region. But we believe deeply in what these needs are, and so we bring these funds to the region. This is a pathway. This is our pathway to hope and healing. This is a strategy map that we use in the Salvation Army, and it kind of encompasses our internal continuum of care, even though there are many partners that we partner with outside of this. We know that just giving food or giving a night of shelter isn't a solution. It's just a part of the solution. And so we look at our food pantry in Moreno Valley, our homeless outreach teams, our emergency shelter opportunities, even the showers that we offer individuals. We'll give individuals rides to Riverside to our shower facility and give showers after our work program. We know that all of these programs are just gateways into opportunity for life change. And so we want to leverage every connection to bring folks towards areas of growth points. Growth points are the hyper-relational spaces. These are the places where we build friendships. These are the places where we listen very well. These are programs like Pathway of Hope, Case Management, our adult rehabilitation centers, and our community support groups that allow us to listen well and spend time with people and begin to really hear and address their greatest needs. Because once we move folks on, it is the burden of the nonprofit provider to prove sustainability in the families that we serve. And we carry that burden, and it is important to us. And so this is our strategy for these things. Again, council, we don't have all the solutions. We just want to be participants in helping to create them. What's that? Oh, yeah, we have a couple of videos that we would like to show. I'm sorry.
That's what I'm here for.
That's why you bring your wife, guys. So much better, yeah. If we could show you a couple of just some of our success stories. I think they're powerful videos, and I think you'll enjoy them.
When I was a very young man or a teenager, it was just natural to be homeless. And then 30 years had passed and I was still homeless. My whole life I've been homeless. I checked myself into the Salvation Army and I thought all I needed was a shower and something to eat. And so I thought I would get that shower and something to eat and maybe just leave in a week. And something slowly started to change. I realized, I met God at the Salvation Army. And they taught me a new way of life. October the 16th, I will have 9 years without a drink, thanks to the Salvation Army. And 5 years ago, me and my wife decided to buy a home, and I I went from homeless to homeowner. How cool is that? In 9 years. My real passion, though, is reaching out to the homeless people and trying to help them, give them a lift up, and let them know that there's hope, and I see them living underneath trees. I even know a couple that lives underneath our freeway today, and my goal is to get them in a house, to get them just some help and let them know that they're loved. And there's hope, because I know it firsthand. You know, the Salvation Army stores are open to everybody, and it's so amazing what is out there for us. It's just so many of us just think there's no hope. They think there's nothing. There's gonna be numbers, and numbers are lives and souls, and people going to work, and just all by 5 hours of cleanup each day. The city's going to look better. The things that we can just be offered, just showing them a hand up and say, it's so important to offer a man a day's labor, some work. Give him some worth, like the Salvation Army did for me, and now I get to help people with that. It's just cooler than cool. I came to the Salvation Army for services, and I was offered transformation.
Some of you might be familiar with Vince, but he's kind of a staple in this city. He cares deeply for this city. He goes above and beyond every opportunity he has to serve. That video was made 5 years ago, right as we began the Homeless to Work program, and he's still dedicated to these things.
And now he owns 2 homes.
He does. He bought a second home. The next video is a story of Wayne. Wayne lost his family and didn't know what to do, and depression just drove him into homelessness. And he was homeless for many years until the work program introduced him to a new way of life. It also highlights one of our partners, Waste Management. Waste Management helps to hire individuals based on our recommendation, which is an important piece of our work program in working towards long-term sustainability. So I'll show Wayne's video.
Hi, my name is Wayne Schultz, and I went through the Homeless Work Program. Well, my mom passed away. She had cancer. That was in 2016. I had been taking care of my mom for the last, probably 2.5 years when she first had cancer. My mom meant everything to me. She was just the best. It took me a while to deal with it, yeah. I knew it was coming, and I was basically prepared for it, but it still hurt a lot, yeah. 2018, my brother passed away. See him overdose on something like that, it's just hard to accept. It was just kind of an empty feeling. It's like being on a mountain and the wind's coming to you, and all you hear is the wind. And it's just, you're just standing there, there's nothing out there. It's just empty. Well, the owner of the house wanted the house back, and I had about 2 weeks to get out. I basically had just the clothes on my back. Basically, I was on the streets, and I was just kind of lost. I didn't know, basically where to go, what to do. There's a lot of things out there every night, trying to find a place to lay your head down and just, try to get a few hours sleep. It can be pretty tough. I then heard about the Homeless to Work program. I first met Mr. Dale and Mr. Vincent, and they were wonderful people. When I was working at the Homeless to Work program, we'd go out as a crew, and I made a lot of good friends. You're off the streets and you're doing the right thing. You're not out there trying to hustle somebody or something like that. You're out there trying to make a living for yourself and make your life better. All you gotta do is you gotta help yourself. That's basically what Salvation Army is all about. Is that You know, hey, if you want to help yourself, we'll help you too. You know, you just got, and they got love that's just coming out of them. It's so much. You don't know what to do with it all. Mr. Vincent had called me and said that they were hiring at Waste Management. And he asked me if I'd be interested, and I said, sure. And they hired me at Waste Management. It felt good, knowing every day, getting up and going to work. There was a satisfaction there, knowing that you accomplished something. Yeah, I ended up getting my own place. It's a one-bedroom apartment, very nice place. Ended up getting my own vehicle. I have insurance that covers for the whole year, so I'm good there. So yeah, I'm doing really well. And like I said, it's all due to the homeless to work program out here in Moreno Valley. The help's out there. They just, you know, it's right there. It's like, give me your hand. You know, I will help you. Just give me your hand.
Wayne is now a trainer at Waste Management, and he trains other individuals that are starting on the job with him from our work program. And he tells them all about his story, and he tells them that there's hope and to hold on. I think that's the power of life change. And our last story is Tommy, and Tommy is one of our most recent graduates, and so we'll show Tommy's story.
The Salvation Army wants to be at the forefront of creative solutions to some of the greatest social needs in our community. It's important to us that we position ourselves in a way to address some of these large social issues with creative approaches. Tommy came to our crew. We heard some of the devastation of his past, the issues of being homeless in another state and then moving to California in hopes that there would be maybe a better opportunity, and it only turned into a new devastating homeless situation.
I got drafted in the Army during the draft during Vietnam. That's why I got exposed to drugs. And I started using heroin. Came back here to the States. I went from one drug to the other one.
The Homeless to Work program becomes a great opportunity for people to start to feel like people again. You get to work, you get a paycheck, you're part of a crew and a team. And then our homeless coordinators that work with the team on our cleanup efforts, they begin to have real conversations. We can encourage people and provide platforms and opportunities for them to thrive and succeed. And Tommy took advantage of these platforms that we provided for him. We are a community of people who don't just clock in on a 9-to-5 job, but we walk life with people.
The Salvation Army helped me through that, helped me get my rent stayed, so it's got me stable where I can start, saving and be able to do things on my own. I've been with the Salvation Army, and I like their programs, and came up with the soldiership.
Our soldiers are volunteers in this fight, and it's a beautiful thing when someone goes from being a recipient of Salvation Army services to coming and then experiencing the growth needed to move on to a place to where they can begin to serve and love others. In fact, we have a saying around here, we say, rescued people rescue people. And so Tommy has, for months and months and coming up on a year, proved himself to be a faithful and continuous participant in the Salvation Army's mission.
Become a soldier of Salvation Army, I think my family's gonna love it, and because they see I'm on the right track, I'm doing the right thing, and I'm trying to give back, because they know what I've been through. I'm thankful that they put me back in their lives, that I can have a relationship again with them. So I'm trying to give back everything I can, and through this program, I believe it's the best way for me to do it, because it's where I feel like I'm led to do this.
Tommy texted me a picture the other day because he's met his granddaughter that he was never allowed to see before. And today he went to visit her in Alabama, and he texted us pictures, and that was a picture of the family reunion with his family. It's a big deal Tommy's a veteran. He belongs to us. And he picked up a drug habit in Vietnam and didn't solve his issues until just now, until someone spent the time with Tommy in order to address his needs. Now he's housed at our Veterans Village, and now he wears a Salvation Army uniform, and he tells others that there's hope and that there's healing and that they can do it too. Thank you so much for hearing our time. We appreciate the opportunity to present.
Thank you, captains. Appreciate it. Just want to remind council that with the Homeless to Work and the Homeless Assistance Program, those two programs are only funded with $100,000 each year from the general fund for both of those programs. And then again, the COVID CV money for the rapid rehousing that was previously discussed. So all of those wonderful stories are predicated off of very little funding. And one thing that they alluded to, they hadn't taken any admin allocations when they were using some of the HUD funding. And that's even continued into the general fund as well. So every single dollar that we provide to the Salvation Army goes into programming. Would like to really get into two additional slides, and then we have conversation amongst the dais. But what are the challenges currently? What we're looking at is continuing to reduce number of families below poverty, and so our poverty rate, families below the poverty rate, has reduced to 10.79%. Back in 2017 timeframe, it was almost 20%. Average household income has risen to over $96,000. Back in 2017, it was mid-60s. That comes all from the economic development and all of the developments that you're approving and the visioning that you guys have provided staff to engage. Addressing individual resistance to services. This is crucial. I alluded to the fact that we have homeless individuals that will never accept our services. And a lot of that has to stem from mental health and chemical dependencies. And there's a very, very small population that just like to live without any regulations. And so, again, they won't accept our services. The other thing with the Homeless to Work, and the one thing that we're trying to do with that is provide job opportunities to felons. And we are opening doors even as early as this past year into other employers in our city, maybe some industrials. There have been like Harbor Freight has hired a few of these particular individuals that have gone through the Homeless to Work. So from an economic development standpoint, we're working with our businesses to find out what businesses are friendly to felons. And that way we're trying to have them come on board as partners to the Homeless to Work program. What can the region or Riverside County offer? When we're really looking at regional solutions, there's a few aspects that Riverside County can assist. It's the housing inventory. So remember I mentioned that basically $400 million that Riverside County receives in housing and homelessness funding. It's really how do we increase the housing inventory? So one thing the city does is we are pro-housing. We don't turn away any particular developer that comes in with a development application for housing, whether it be affordable, not affordable. We do anticipate and we need to make sure that those developers are coming to Moreno Valley because we have to meet arena numbers. Wanted to mention that if there is any developers out there that would love to do affordable housing, obviously we do have developers here that have been doing them. One public comment was Jim Jernigan's project that was recently opened this past year. The other regional solutions that we need to look at are mental health facilities chemical dependency treatment facilities, employment options for felons, more on a regional level, comprehensive wraparound services, and then possibly a homeless shelter on the western Riverside County border, and then financial support services for families on the verge of homelessness. And then I'll throw in there care court. So based on legislation that was approved and signed last year, all of the various counties are going through and figuring out how they're going to be implementing that through their district attorneys and so forth. So that little small population of the 77 that we had from last year that still haven't accepted services, and they've been out there for multiple years, we're hoping that this particular program from Care Court can incentivize these individuals that aren't accepting services or wanting services, but be able to incentivize them into services. I don't know if any particular jurisdiction within the entire nation will ever be able to say that they don't have any homelessness, but there is this concept of being functionally zero on homelessness. And the functional zero basically comes from all of the services that are available and are provided to those that want services. And those that don't want services are really no longer coined homeless. And so I'm hoping the Care Court can really incentivize them into services as well. With that, I'm available for any questions or to be part of a discussion. But really, as part of this study session, this was requested and brought forward by council, for council. And so I'm going to go ahead and just let dialogue take whatever course it takes. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Brian, for that presentation, that extensive report, and thank you to the Salvation Army as well for your presentation as well. At this time, we've been going on for almost 3 hours now. We're going to take just a short 5-minute break so we can get up, stretch our legs, walk around a little bit, get some water to drink, and about 5 minutes or so, we'll come back and we'll resume the meeting. Good evening and welcome back from our short recess here for our special study session. We're going to pick up where we left off before the break, which was just a conclusion of the staff report and report of financial services. Anything else before we move into council comments and questions?
Yes, Honorable Mayor. I was just wanting to know if there were any specific questions related to the Salvation Army and their presentation. The captains do have little ones at home, and it's getting on to be very late.
Yes.
So I'd like them to be able to go unless you guys have any questions.
Sure. At this time, do any members of the council have questions for the Salvation Army before we proceed?
They're doing a great job.
All I want to say is they're doing a great job. I know Vince. I rode with Vince once or twice in the past several years, and believe me, it works. It really works. I wish we had other organizations doing the same thing, but my hat's off to you, Captain, and your organization out there. Thank you.
Any other council members? If
I
not,
have no questions for them.
I'll just briefly say thank you as well, Captain, and to you and your family for everything that you're doing. I've seen the work firsthand as well, met with Vince and been out there on a few ride-alongs as well. So I've seen firsthand the work that you do, and it's paying off, and hopefully result of this meeting will be additional reinforcements in the efforts that you're doing as well. So thank you for being here with us. Thank you for making the time. Please say hello to the little ones for us. Thank you. Okay, and so at this time, we'll go ahead and move into council discussion. I won't really call it deliberation, more of a conversation, just a discussion about all the things that we've gone over this evening. A lot of information to digest and to talk about. So just to have a little bit of structure and organization, if you would like to speak, just go ahead and hit your speaker button here on the screens, and we'll call on you in order. And we're gonna go with one round of discussion first, and then feel free to ask questions of staff. We'll kind of combine it all together. So if you have comments, and then if you have questions of staff, feel free to go ahead and do that at the same time. And then if necessary, we can come back for a second round of discussion and questions as well. So I'll go ahead and let me see here. We have two requests to speak, and if I may, I just go ahead and kind of open things up here, start the discussion, and then we'll move on to Councilmember Marquez. So just a few things here, I guess, to begin. Again, want to thank city staff and the Salvation Army and all of our other partner organizations who are doing all of the work already to date for everything that you've done, to put all these programs in place. And, the city has done a good job over these past few years to do more, but I definitely think that there's still more room to do additional things, to build on the successes that the city has had in partnership with organizations like the Salvation Army. There's a lot of variables and factors that lead into homelessness. Some, like has been said, the cost of living is a major factor. Multiple families living in one household, which many times could be very dangerous for safety and health reasons. People making improvements to their homes, converting garages, without permits, and that could result in a lot of dangerous situations, unfortunately. But the reality is that you have many families grouping together and living under the same roof because there's really no other choice. They're pushed to do that because they have no other options. And so in addressing homelessness, I think just part of it has to include housing, mental health services, medical services, employment opportunities, increasing wages and incomes for the unhoused, increasing the supply of affordable housing as well. And I just want to mention that the city of Moreno Valley, I think we should all be very proud to be able to say that we're one of the few cities in the state of California that has our housing element approved by the California Department of Housing. That's a big deal because there's a lot of NIMBYism out there across the state of California, and a lot of housing that should get approved in other cities, but it isn't So that plays into this issue of lack of affordable housing, lack of supply, lack of inventory, which leads into homelessness, pushes up prices of housing, rents, mortgages, etc. Another thing too is providing. We talk about services, wraparound services. That also needs to include childcare services. Unfortunately, we're seeing a lot more unhoused families, single parents with children, and a big part of that is making sure that we identify ways to provide childcare access to these families. Because, I mean, speaking as a parent now, and a lot of us here have children as well, we know how difficult it could be sometimes to afford and to find childcare for your own children. So that's another thing that I would like for us to just take into consideration when we're looking at possible solutions and wraparound services for the unhoused, as well as food services and other things to essentially bridge that gap, right? If someone is on the verge of missing 1 month of rent or their next mortgage payment, and that might lead to being homeless, it's just identifying those resources, those organizations, those opportunities to bridge that gap so that folks don't end up homeless due to food or inability to pay rent and other things. Just want to mention a few things that are available that I would like to that I would like for all of us to look into and staff to move forward with. There's a homeless encampment grant currently through the state of California. This current round is $50 million. That is a competitive grant, and that is more geared and focused toward addressing encampments along our freeways. But the grant criteria is very flexible and allows different ways to actually spend that money. So I'm hoping that our city can apply and pursue those funds that are currently available as we speak for the homeless encampment grant. There's also Project Home Key. In the past, the state of California has put a significant amount of funding into things like Project Home Key and Project Room Key, and it's my understanding that in the near future, there should be additional funding available for Project Home Key that I would like for us to pursue as well. It's something that we have not gone after in the past, but I would like for us to pursue those funds. Redlands, Riverside, Lake Elsinore have Home Key projects in their respective cities, and I'm hoping that we can follow the same path as well. And another thing is that a lot of this is very new, and so with a few years under each city's respective belts, they kind of have worked out some of the kinks, right? Some of those issues that may have come up when building these projects and spending the money that we can learn from. Right, so we don't necessarily have to be those guinea pigs, if you could say. We can learn from some of the roadblocks and barriers that they've run into and learn from that, so we don't repeat any mistakes. Housing, we know, is extremely important. Would like for us to identify ways that we can build housing, and the form and the type of housing is something that will take more time for us to determine what that would look like. But at the end of the day, we have to have roofs over people's heads. That's the central part of the issue right now. On top of the mental health, on top of the substance abuse issues and economic issues, domestic violence, etc. At the core of this issue is housing and having a roof over someone's head. And so that could be in the form of tiny homes, pallet homes. I would rather not go down the path of a traditional shelter. That's just my personal perspective. But those are discussions for us to have to figure out what that housing would look like. Other issues that I've seen with some of the existing programs are that some facilities may only take in men, or some facilities may not take in children, and some facilities may not take in pets. And for a lot of the unhoused, pets are extremely important and are very close to them. So just identifying other ways that we can open up those opportunities so there's housing that isn't as restrictive and allows us the opportunity to help a wider population of homeless folks. And speaking of our local nonprofits, that's another area we've heard from multiple nonprofit organizations here tonight and several others that are not here tonight that are out there doing the work, boots on the ground, providing services to the homeless in the city of Moreno Valley. And I know that staff is working hard to identify possible funding sources that are less restrictive than HUD. Brian went through extensively all of the requirements and prerequisites to, receive that HUD funding. It's very restrictive. And for a newer nonprofit that may have not been around for that long, it'll be a lot more difficult to be in compliance with all those requirements than, say, a Salvation Army. That is a huge organization. They're well funded, well established, and they're a little more capable of receiving that funding. So I know staff is working on a few things that hopefully in the near future we'll be able to bring forth that is hopefully going to fund some of our other nonprofits in the city with money that is less restrictive. That's a little bit more flexible and will make it easier for organizations to receive that funding. Showers for the homeless as well. That's something that I know we actually have someone here from Imani Praise Fellowship in the crowd. Thank you for being here as well, Brother Benjamin. A few years ago, pre-COVID, they went into their own pocket, into their own bank account to acquire a trailer that had showers in it. I believe it was 4 showers inside of the trailer. It was a mobile trailer that they can tow. And I think after a few weeks of being in operation, it got stolen from their church off of their parking lot. So that was a heartbreaker because it was doing a lot of work. And then for someone to just come and take it away, and we haven't seen it since, that was really devastating. But hopefully we can identify another way to provide that amenity for the homeless. Salvation Army, you heard a lot about their programs. I won't go into that. They have the rapid rehousing and other programs as well. I would like for us to proceed with really formulating essentially a strategic plan, right? A homeless action plan that breaks all of this down, has it all in one document in terms of all the resources that are available, goals that we're setting for ourselves, measurable objectives that we can review on a regular basis to make sure that we are keeping up with the goals that we set for ourselves and identifying all possible solutions and making sure that we provide a space for all of our partners in this space, nonprofit organizations, et cetera, to have a place where they can come on a regular basis to receive information, to ask questions, and that it's public as well, so that there's an opportunity for residents to come and give their feedback. And that could be in the form of an ad hoc committee, a standing committee, whatever staff thinks is best, whatever the council thinks is best. I would like to see a kind of to formalize that, a homeless task force, essentially. A few other things here before I turn it over to the rest of the council. There's, through IEHP, a CalAIM grant that is currently available as well. That's funding for healthcare and housing through the state. We know the importance of providing mental health and drug rehabilitation programs and services, and that's where Care Court is critical. Care Court, we've talked about it. It comes up in our conversation, and it's something new that is supposed to go into effect later this summer, this year, and Riverside County is part of the first cohort that's going to participate in Care Court. And the reason why that's such a big deal, as has been mentioned briefly by other speakers tonight, is that Care Court is more geared and focused specifically for those who are experiencing chronic mental health issues, be it schizophrenia, dementia. Most of us have probably driven around the city or walked into a grocery store and seen someone talking to themselves on the sidewalk. And, there's serious issues. And right now, the law is very restricted when it comes to us actually providing assistance and support for those chronically mentally ill folks. So Care Court will hopefully help us address that. But another key part of that, we can have funding to provide the facilities, but we also need the practitioners. We need the psychiatrists, the counselors, the social workers, et cetera. So that's another part of this that we need to make sure we're training that skilled workforce to actually fill those positions so that we can provide the services. That's extremely important. If we don't do that, we can keep throwing money at facilities, mental health facilities, but if we don't have the labor to fill those positions, we're not going to be able to get very far. So another thing to just keep in mind there. continuum of care. We know the county has money, and now that our former mayor is now our supervisor, look forward to having those discussions with him as well to see how we can bring in some of those resources from the county. Another grant opportunity, Clean California, is also just announced another $100 million, I believe it was today, that is available in Clean California grant. I know we pursued that in the past. We didn't get that money, but hopefully this time around that's something that we'll be able to bring to the city. Community behavioral assessment teams, I'm sure the rest of the council will dive into that as well. And just to kind of to conclude here, the homeless task force, just to drill down a little further into that, I would like for us to formalize that. I know it's already in action, more so at the staff level and various departments and partners, but I think it might be a good idea for again, that to be either an ad hoc or a standing committee that would include members of the council to participate and kind of be liaisons to those committees to ensure that we are doing everything that we have to do, as well as including experts, subject matter experts, professionals in various fields, school district homeless student liaisons that Brian mentioned, and various other things that we can do to formalize that homeless task force and to create a homeless strategic plan that outlines all of the things that we're talking about today and sets those goals for the future. So I'll conclude my comments there. There's a lot to talk about, a lot of very good, important information that was shared in the reports, and a lot of work that has to be done, without a doubt. So I'll now open it up to the rest of the council here for any comments and questions of staff as well. And first on the list here, I see Councilmember David Marquez.
Thank you, Mayor. I want to say thank you for all the groups that were out here, all the individuals that came out here to give us some ideas. I wrote some down here that were great ideas, and hopefully we could, the city could continue and get these homeless people off the streets. I just want to touch a couple of bases that a couple of speakers brought up. One is all the money that this state has given to homeless programs. Several years ago, I attended a homeless conference in Sacramento. There was about maybe 350 people in that conference. All it was homeless. And someone got up there and says, well, you want to spend billions of dollars. Who's auditing this? Who's making sure this money gets to where it's supposed to go? And would you believe that panel of 6 people up there couldn't answer it? So, yes, we don't know where that money's going to. If the state doesn't know, I know that the local agencies around here probably don't have an idea either, but that is true. State does not know where that money goes to. And that was just unbelievable. Veterans. We have a lot of veterans out here because we're a veteran community. Since I've been on the council the last 7 years, I have done some ride-alongs with Salvation Army, but veterans out in the street out here, it has nothing to do with they don't want to listen to people because they're tired of taking orders. It's not that. What it is called PTSD. There's veterans that are out there that have so much anger, they're homeless. And they feel that the government has let them down. And I'll be honest with you, we should not have any homeless veterans in the streets. But our federal government, again, puts money, throws money out there, but it doesn't solve the homeless problem with the veterans. We need to get these veterans that are some of them are very violent when you approach them because they have so much anger. They don't want your help, but we have to get them into mental health institutions to help them. I had PTSD for 8 years, and I was on medication, and I worked out of it. And up to this date, I go see a psychiatrist at the VA hospital once every year. It's part of my program that I'm still on, but it's helped me. But there's veterans out there that don't want to help, and you're not going to help them. There's a problem that we have as residents in the city of Moreno Valley. And I encourage the residents, do not do this. You have panhandlers out there, which is illegal in the city of Moreno Valley. And we have signs out there. These people out here, these homeless people that have a sign up, will work for food or will work for something. We have residents stopping in the middle of the street and handing them cash. You don't want to do that. Some of these veterans or some of these homeless people have more money than you do. They're on state aid or their disabilities or Social Security. They have nothing else to do during the day but to go out there and panhandle. And here's a resident going by giving them money. You're contributing to their bad habits, basically. I've seen that out there. If you want to help the homeless out there, stop at McDonald's and give them some food. And a lot of them won't take the food. They say, oh, I don't want that. They want cash. Do not give them cash. Please don't. Another thing, Speaker talked about policing. We need more police out there. No, we don't need more policing. What we need is social workers out in the field with the PD. That's what we need. We don't need, yes, we can use policemen, don't take me wrong. I would love to have some more policemen out there. But, you know, their job is public safety. That's number one. But they're not doctors. They're not nurses. They are law enforcement to protect you, citizens. And that's why we should have more social workers with the police department. I know we have one or two, I believe, don't we? We have one right now. And, yeah. And that's a shame. We have one active right now in the city. One. And we should have maybe 4 or 5 out there at any given time. Because these law enforcement guys, you've seen what has happened in the past. When you have these homeless people, they're violent out there. And PD rolls up on them, and all they need is just a handshake, say, hey. But some of these, they see a policeman drive up, though, they get all scared and they want to fight. You get a social worker out there, calms them down and gives them some water and says, hey, tell me what's going on. And you'll see the big difference. And that's what we need here in Moreno Valley. And last but not least, these warehouses, the people that speakers talked about converting them into housing. You got to remember, Moreno Valley doesn't own warehouses, and we're not in the business of buying warehouses. I don't think my colleagues up here would they would agree with me. We're not in the business of buying these old warehouses or old shacks for homeless. Those are private property. The owners, if you can get a hold of the owners and see if they convert it into homeless shelters, that's fine. But a lot of people say, why can't we go out and buy or get this warehouse and make it into a homeless shelter? Because we don't own the buildings. And I just hope that after tonight, a lot more people out there will see that the city is doing a lot for the homeless here. And I'll tell you another thing, too. A little incident occurred, I would say last year, maybe a year before. We had a code employee, Steve Alvarado, and there were some homeless underneath the freeway on Paris and Centimede Boulevard. And Steve and I were in the office in here, and we got a call from Vince that we should go on out there. And I followed Steve, and I went out there, and we went up to see Vince. And there were these husband and wife, and they were clean. They had good clothes on, clean. Nice shaven, the guy, she had her hair done. And I asked him, I says, you guys don't look like you're homeless. Oh, yeah, we are homeless. I said, where are you guys from? We're from Modesto. I says, what are you doing down here? Well, we heard that people are very generous out here, giving us cash. And what we're wearing today is we were able to buy clothing from that cash that people gave us in Moreno Valley. So that's why he says don't give them cash, because they have cell phones and they call people that they know are homeless. Hey, come out to Moreno Valley, man, because they're generous out here. They'll give you cash. And I just couldn't believe it. And then I think it was Steve says, well, how about buying a ticket out of town and go back to Modesto? And that was the wrong thing to say because PD was called out. And anyway, it's a long story. So anyways, with that being said, we are working, the city is working to help this homeless problem, but it's going to take years. If the federal government can't take care of it or state, you know, that I don't know what else to say because money's not the solution. Thank you.
Thank you. Next on the list here, we have Councilmember Shaylinda Bernard.
I'm got some staff questions, and I'm gonna give some input on some things. So I'll start with, we keep talking about social workers. Hello, social worker here. A social worker in particular who works for the County of Riverside with adult services, who understands how many, for our homeless people that are adults, we have what we call the Chris units that deal strictly with addressing homelessness within the adult community. So I'm just going to be quite frankly honest because I thought we were gonna have a discussion, but it's kind of not trail in that direction. So I'm gonna bring it back and help us focus this a little bit. My question is quite frankly, while we're talking about hiring more social workers and more LCSWs and MSWs, you're going to run into the same issue. It's not about training your workforce. You're going to run into the same issue the County of Riverside is. The turnover rates are high. The burnout rates are higher. I've got many people in our CRIS units who don't stay there longer than a year or two, and then they have to phase them out because it's a high burnover rate dealing with the homeless population. We also have another issue of you can put them up in motels and hotels. What your biggest issue is, people aren't taking the vouchers. So we're talking about all of this and all the vouchers, but if people aren't willing to take the vouchers for them to be able to pay for it, then we're still in the same predicament. I also want us to get away from this idea of what a homeless person looks like, right? We've had Miss Sarah come in here not once but twice in the last week. And Miss Sarah is what we consider working homeless. She is part of society. She is going to work. She's doing everything she needs to do, but housing prices are such that once she just got that one little foot off, she just can't get back in. So I think we have to get rid of this idea of like a homeless person has to look dirty, they have to look bummy. Even someone in a mental health crisis and what you think it looks like someone talking to themselves. Maybe because I talk to them more, I don't look at it the way you do. So if I see somebody talking to themselves, one, they're fine because they're having a whole conversation with somebody. Two, I'm gonna go up to them and ask them, are you tired? Do you need some water? You want me to run up in here and get you something from the store? Do you need anything? Because they like to be left alone also. So I think we have to get away from this idea of what a homeless person looks like and who homeless people are. I do think, and this is a question, I just have a question. When I was working in the city of Hemet, I noticed that some of the apartments were rent controlled. And I shouldn't even say that. I should say that they weren't charging them more than 30% of whatever their income is. So, for instance, what's affordable to me may not be affordable to you, but 30% of my income, whatever that is affordable for me to make it and still be able to take care of myself. Is there a way that we could start to work with some of these developers as they're coming in to, say, for instance, like Miss Sarah back there, right? 30% of her income would probably be what she needs to get back on her feet and take care of herself and her child. Is there a way for us to structure something like that?
Councilmember, when you are talking about structures like that, you're really talking about affordable housing projects. And in order to structure an affordable housing project that is profitable to the developer, so that the developer actually comes in and builds it, it needs to be heavily subsidized. So you're looking at home funds. We do receive some home funds here locally through our HUD allocations on an annual basis. They're typically no more than $700,000 a year. So when we do have an affordable housing developer come in, we let them know what our inventories potentially are, see if we can go ahead and dedicate any properties. Those have gone away over the years. We don't have any property available. anymore due to the requirements of the dissolution of the old RDAs and so forth. As well as we try and then leverage any home funds that we have along with county funds. So we have obviously working relationships with the housing authority for the county. And just to give you an example, there was a speaker that talked about Jim Jernigan's project on Cottonwood. It's just entering phase 2. Phase 1 was heavily subsidized by the county. We had significant funding that we had been able to basically accumulate over the years, and so we were able to help him on that one. But even on phase 2, because we don't have any more home funding, he was able to get county home funding, so it's still heavily subsidized from the county, as well as then they go out and get state tax credits to make it heavily subsidized so that it's profitable for the developer to actually build these units. Because if we are the city providing any funding, we're going to go ahead and take back a covenant for 55 years to make sure that those units stay affordable going forward. So that is kind of the process that we would need, is having funding available to assist the developer in building it. But we do reach out to our regional partners, obviously the Riverside County, and advise developers to go for state tax credits. Those that do affordable housing do it wonderfully. They know all of this. It's those developers that are just entering that space, thinking that all of this money that is coming down from the state and the feds, that they can enter into the space, and they think that the local jurisdictions have that money. We are not the Big 13, so the state doesn't allocate to us. We go out for competitive grants, and we don't get those grants because currently our homeless population doesn't get us to a level where we're competitive with other jurisdictions that have more homeless individuals than we do. So it's a very difficult scenario for staff to be in, because it's like banging our heads against a wall because of state bureaucracy in some cases.
Thank you. So if you can't do an entire project, would you, if they were going to build another set of apartments, say maybe they allocate 5% towards affordable housing, or would we run into the same issue?
Anytime they're going to allocate anything affordable, you'd want, from a city perspective, you want to get it under covenant, because most likely they're seeking some subsidy, but you want to get it under covenant, more importantly, so that if they do receive any subsidy or funding, that we can actually make sure that that stays affordable for up to 55 years. So yes, we can do all of that. It just comes down to funding.
Okay, thank you. And then also, so I do want to revisit the situation of shelters versus tiny homes or the ARC homes. So I would like to revisit it in such a situation as this. I think one reason I did go tour the shelter is because we're in a situation out here where we don't have any beds, period, right? So I understand that we want to build these smaller homes, but I come from a place of we have no beds between Paris and Moreno Valley. There are no beds. They've got to get to Riverside, and if you're out here in the city of Moreno Valley, chances are you're not going to make it back to Riverside in time to get a bed. So I also want to remove this idea of like traditional shelters. So the shelter that I did tour, because I said I would kind of go into it a little bit more, it was at least 2 stories. They were sectioned off, so you do come in, everything is behind a gate. So the front of it isn't an industrial area of town. You go behind a gate, you check in with security. Security badges you in. They take your temperature because they're still doing COVID protocols. And then you come in, and there's case managers that sit right in the front. And then as you start to maneuver around there, they have an entire kitchen in there where they provide meals. There's a playground area in the back for children, a dog run area for their residents that have animals. So if you have an animal, the rule in the facility is when the animal is inside, you're to muzzle it. If you have to leave to go to an appointment, they ask that you put the dog outside in a crate, but there is an area for them to play with their animals. So men are on one side of the building. They also have an area that's sectioned off for couples There are cameras all around. It was kind of a maze, and it was kind of a little confusing, but it was more like a maze. They also have an area further off that is just for families. Their youngest one, they told me, was born Christmas Day. So they really do have families. They have 19 kids that go to school there, participate in after-school programs. So I think we have to get away from this idea of what a shelter may or may not look like, because there are tons of ways to do it. And the city of Santa Ana was able to do it. They also have caseworkers on staff there available to them 24 hours. They have social workers. They can apply for services there. If they need to see a doctor, they can actually schedule an appointment, and they have physician's assistants that come in there 3 days a week from 8 to 5. If you have a car, you have the back parking lot that they allow you to park in. If you got to go to work, you leave and go to work. They expect everyone, unless you're in an after-school program or you are working, to be checked back in by 6 o'clock. They do drop-offs 2 times a day, and they go through what time the drop-offs are and what time they expect you to come back. They allow them to have, so they can keep bins underneath their bed, but they also give them a locker outside to house anything else that won't fit in the beds underneath. Women are actually housed on the top floor. So I think, and they also house Narcotics Anonymous there, Alcoholics Anonymous in their multi-purpose room. So I think we have to get away from this idea of like you're walking into a shelter and everybody's just everywhere. I think we have to get away from that idea, because there are different ways to do it. Is it a perfect solution? No. But I think in the essence of time and sometimes what we need to do, and just trying to house somebody really fast, because they have the capacity of 200 beds there and they're at 150, we have to kind of start to expand it. Because for me, I looked at Sarah last week and I said, this would have been something that she would have needed, right? Because they also give them vouchers, they also help them with housing, but they let them stay as long as they need to for whatever they need to do to get back on their feet. They've had people there for 2 or 3 years. And he told me, we don't rush them out, because I want to make sure that when you leave here, you're not coming back. So if you need to sit here a little bit longer, then you sit here and you do what you have to do, because they're running into the same issue we're running to out here. Nobody's taking the vouchers. So I think we need to explore everything. If that means we need to look at, and I'm sorry, we might need to look at purchasing an industrial building and converting it, and looking at it from that way. or some public-private partnership. But we do need to do something about that. For this task force, I think there needs to be a little bit more discussion about what exactly is expected and what's going to happen with the task force, because I think about it from, so if we have a task force and we're going to staff it with all these people, who are they going to fall under? Who's going to manage it? How much more money is this going to cost us? Because to get a really good, because you're not just talking about licensed social worker, you're probably going to need, if you're worried about mental health, a lot more than I think the average. You're going to want at least to staff 1 clinical therapist that's going to be able to go out there. Also, they're not going to take their own car to do transportation, so now we've got to think about getting a car, getting a gas. Where are we going to put it? There are so many more parts to this. And I do want to make sure that the community is always included, especially our nonprofits, because this to me is a huge pie, and everybody has an equal share to give and to take and give perspectives on. So I get that we want to move into this task force. I get that we want to do an ad hoc committee, but we also need to have a definition of what that is and what the strategic planning is going to look like. Because if we jump in and we've made all of these points, and we don't have the forethought of 2-3 steps ahead, not just let's just make a committee, we're going to end up just going in circles. And I also want to make sure we have things in place so we're not just spinning our wheels.
Well said. Thank you, council member. Next, we have Mayor Pro Tem Ed Delgado.
Thank you for that introduction, Mr. Mayor. So there was a lot learned tonight. I know everybody's tired. We're going to go through this real quick, and then we'll get out of here. Brian, excellent job on presenting the information that the city of Moreno Valley is doing for our homeless population right now. The 77, it's probably a little higher than that. I know James is out there shaking his head, and I know Julianne's out there shaking their head because they deal with them. However, that's what the count is. Therefore, that's what the money is coming in, and that's what's backing the funding for us. So that is what it is, and we have to go off of that. I also like to see, I'm going to have a lot of likes here and then a couple dislikes, but I like to see all the nonprofits out here. James and Julianne, thank you for doing what you do. I've visited both of you guys away from this several times. I also like what the Hole in the Wall is doing. So we do have partners out there that we're going to utilize and rely on. I like the use of existing resources because they do a good job. The Salvation Army, amazing stuff. They did a great presentation. Building Up Lives. James Armour. James, I'm sorry, what's the? Inland Compassion. Awesome. And then the Hole in the Wall. So there's a few more likes. I like the use of a task force to assess and come back and report what we have, but you're 100% right. There has to be some. And I don't think that he's saying, tomorrow we're going to have you go out there and do it. There's a plan, but it does have to be established for sure, or it will fail. And we don't want it to fail. If we're going to put resources and people behind this, it's got to succeed. The PIT. The PIT was utilized. I kind of went over that. It was utilized for us for the county, and that's a county count. So once this ad hoc committee or whatever the team is, they're going to give us a better idea of what we have in Moreno Valley, because the people that we pick for this is going to be. They're going to have a stake in the game because they're from Moreno Valley. The guys in the county, they're just counting heads. To be honest with you, they do a great job, but they're just counting heads. So when we do this and we put people like a community member on this task force, they're going to have some skin in the game. So I think it's very important that we do have people up here that are going to be from Moreno Valley. But in saying that, it needs to be safe. I come from a public safety background. We can't just send these guys out and say, hey, good luck, and let me know how it works out for you today. If there's going to be a counselor, that's going to be expensive. We right now in the city of Moreno Valley have positions for 3 CBAT folks for our homeless folks. We can only get one because they just like Councilmember Bernard said, they will not come. We want 2. We have the money for 2. Let's go get 2. Why don't we have 2 more? Because they don't want to come. So that's another thing that we have to overcome. However, I do not like, and I don't think the shelter is the answer. I think that a shelter is, I've heard from many people that work with the homeless, especially Julianne, that's what she does for a living, that's what her life is involved in, saying that murders, rapes, thievery, drugs, and I know what you're talking about, a non-traditional shelter. She's talking about a traditional shelter, but it's going to take so many resources to maintain and operate a shelter that it's going to take away from the city. And we haven't even talked about finances for that. But I do believe, just like in Sacramento, San Francisco, when I was growing up, was one of the premier destinations for the world, not just the state of California. Now nobody wants to go there. Ask anybody right now if they would want a trip to San Francisco. It's not going to happen. Dodgers against the Giants, whatever. But why? Because they do not have a grasp on their homeless population. They said, come to San Francisco, homeless. Come to San Francisco, and we'll take care of you. That failed. So I do not want a shelter to be a come to Moreno Valley, we'll take care of you. Just like one of the speakers said tonight, Mr. Benuelos, is that we don't want to be a haven for lawlessness, drug use, and criminal activity. We can't do that. There's ways that we can help, but I don't think it's, in my opinion, I don't think that the shelter is the answer. I may have a different viewpoint because what I do for a living, and I see the other side of what the public may not see. So I thought I needed to say that. I do like the social worker aspect, but it's very expensive, and we can't get them. So, but I'm not Debbie Downer. I get it. We have to do something. Not a single person that came up to the podium tonight, not a single person that works in the city of Moreno Valley or sits up here thinks that we, the city of Moreno Valley, have a handle on this. So it is what Brian said. He called it an epidemic, and it is an epidemic, and we're just part of it. So if we do our part by working with our nonprofits, by putting this team together, and by throwing some of the funding, the grants that the mayor's seeking, I think we can make a difference in more than 77 lives. I think that, you know, we can make a difference in all of them. I really liked what Brian said about what a homeless person is defined as we get to a zero balance. The zero balance means I would say that there's one homeless in here, and if there was others that don't want help, they're not included in that count because they refuse help. They do not want to be counted.
Correct. It's called the functional zero concept.
Functional zero concept. I like the affordable housing. I like the fact that if we can get some of our developers to work on affordable housing, a great example is Ms. Lytle. And Shaylinda hit on it a little bit too. That's a perfect example of affordable housing helping people. And again, I'm going to close with this. Again, we cannot solve the homeless issue without digging into why they are homeless, not just give them a house. I think, and everybody knows that. It's not a secret. It's not something that the mayor said, well, if we just shelter them, we solve everybody's problem. We all understand that's not it. So I think a combination of that. Oh, and if we do this, we're going to get the Nobel Peace Prize, because if we solve homelessness in Moreno Valley, the world will become knocking on our door and say, how'd you do it?
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. And next I have here on the list, Councilmember Elena Baca Santa Cruz.
Brian, could you elaborate on the Big 13 so we can understand why there are certain cities that are doing more than we're doing, and why there are beds in Riverside and not in Moreno Valley and Paris?
Yeah, sorry, I can't remember when I mentioned the Big 13, so if it was in the actual presentation, I'm sorry if I didn't define that. If it was in comment, then yes, it wasn't scripted. So Big 13 is a concept that most jurisdictions who aren't the Big 13 complain about how the city allocates funding. So there are 13 largest cities by population that get the majority of all of the state funding. And whether it be competitive or allocated, it appears that through allocation, they obviously get more. If it is competitive, somehow they're always getting those particular grants. And quite frankly, it's typically those that are closer to the coast and not inland. And it's the fight that all of the inland jurisdictions and Cal cities, we always want to keep our local control from our legislative bodies up at Sacramento. But you also have this infighting between those that are closer to the coast and those that are inland. And the Big 13 just happen to be the 13 largest populated cities in the state of California.
They have a direct connection to the governor and get direct funding for their homeless?
It appears so. I don't know how they do it or how it is behind the scenes, but they very well might have an office in Sacramento. I don't know.
They oftentimes do get prioritized for funding and grants and all that.
Yes.
Okay. And so thank you for the comments and the discussion here. I'll open it up to like a second round, or like Councilmember Bernard mentioned, having more of just a conversation, right? Instead of just one by one, and, you know, definitely just to kind of see how that goes. But two things that I wanted to kind of respond to and add on to. Councilmember Bernard, definitely agree with you that things like the homeless task force and some form of housing, right? We interchange those words like shelter, housing, pallet homes, tiny homes. We kind of interchange those, but I think at the end of the day, we mean almost the same thing. It's just roofs over someone's head, but the form and shape and type that that looks like at the end of the day is what definitely needs a lot more time to go through, figure out what are the best practices, what has worked in other cities. We've seen here in the area, in the region, in I think Banning and then even in Riverside, where fires broke out in some of these tiny home villages, right? So again, what has been put in place in other jurisdictions may not work here. And so it's about going through and doing a lot of research and seeing what would work best. And I think most of everything that we're talking about, whether that's housing or services or homeless task force, whatever that may be, is all contingent on funding. And I definitely do not, I'm not sitting here and asking or expect the city to allocate a ton of money out of our own general fund for this. Maybe a small amount, but the bulk of it has to come from the county, the state, the federal government, right? And if we're able to secure that funding through grants and other forms, then that opens the door for us to invest into these various programs and initiatives. So definitely agree that I don't expect us to, in this meeting tonight, figure out exactly what the homeless task force is, who's going to sit at the table, who's going to be a part of it. And also, I think it may be best, just because this is kind of the model that we use currently, for us to maybe not hire directly social workers and psychiatrists, as city employees, but going out and funding like a Salvation Army that provides those services, or Building Up Lives, or Inland Compassion, or SWAG, or whoever that may be that provides those services, and we can bring them to the table in that way. So definitely conversations that have to continue and go on before we figure out, the fine details and bring a final product before like an action item, so that we can formally approve that. But those are discussions that we may have to schedule something like this again for a future council meeting, or if we can direct staff to talk to the council members to figure out those fine details. I want to see what the path will be to get there, right, to put these things in place. To Councilmember Delgado's point, he was talking about the housing part of it. I also share those concerns in regards to establishing a facility for housing for the homeless, and then possibly that becoming a magnet and attracting other homeless folks from other cities, other communities to come here because those services and opportunities are available. I understand that concern, definitely do, because I think that has happened in other jurisdictions. But the key there would be, if we do move toward establishing some form of housing, whether that's buying out or leasing out hotel rooms somewhere in the city, or buying or using a vacant lot and building from the ground up, or acquiring an industrial building, whatever that may be at the end of the day, I think that there are various opportunities and mitigation measures that we can put in place to reduce a further influx of homeless folks coming from outside communities to come here seeking beds and services, et cetera, so that we can prioritize and focus on the folks that we have here right now, right? I think that's just unfortunately another reality. In an ideal world, we want to help everyone, right? Everyone is important, everyone's life matters, but everyone has a unique situation, right? You may be homeless, but every situation is different, slightly different. You're homeless for a different reason, and so we just need to keep that in mind, right? And just wanted to add in a few other points there. And feel free to chime in, jump in here if you'd like.
What I think is telling is that almost every speaker that came up talked about God, and I'm not one to put religion or any of that in here. It's very telling that people came up here and they said, hey, we need a holistic approach. We need to ensure that we have God involved. We need to make sure that, that whatever the relationship is for finding. And what I'm hearing right now, too, and this is no dig at either one of you, is, well, we don't want everyone to come if we build the shelter. And I come from, they're already here. You're going to need to figure it out. People are going to move wherever services are. But the also telling part is, if we're going to involve God, I don't think if Jesus was sitting around talking about, well, you're not from here, so I can't help you. So I think it becomes this kind of like this kind of back and forth of, well, we don't want anyone else here. That's also a form of NIMBYism, honestly. We can't tell people where they can and cannot migrate to. You just have to, if you're going to say you're going to help people, you're just going to help people. Are people going to come? They sure are going to come. The other thing everyone seems to keep forgetting, where's the county hospital located at? In the city of Moreno Valley. So when they get dumped out of the county hospital for whatever reason, they're discharged. If they can't get back to wherever they were, where are they going to be? So I very much want us to stop teetering on this. We want everyone to believe in God and make sure that God is always involved. But then we're going to say, we're going to handpick, almost like those with leprosy, you stay over there. Like it's kind of, I'm sorry, it's kind of a little backhanded.
Well, here's my point of view on that is 100% is Jesus would accept everybody. But what about the other 209,550 people in the city of Moreno Valley that we have to be responsible for? This city council is responsible for all 210,000, not just 77. So those 77 turn into 159. I'm all about helping people. What I'm concerned about is the people that drive through the city of Moreno Valley they take their kids to the parks. They want to go to Costco without being harassed. They want to go to Lowe's without being harassed. But we've attracted so many of them, and I say them, not loosely, but folks that needed help. They leave the shelter or their homes or wherever we provide for them. And where are they going to go? They're not going to go back to Riverside. They're going to dig in right here, and then the city of Moreno Valley becomes somewhere that is not a very pleasant place to live. That's what I'm concerned about. I'm not saying that we shouldn't help people, and I don't want it to be taken like that, but I do have 209,500 and something other people to be concerned about. And actually, 0.02% currently right now, or 0.002, whatever the 77 is, out of 210,000 people is pretty good. So what about the rest of the people? I'm not knocking on someone that needs help. I'm not. And I know that you might have taken it like that, and we're maybe not, we didn't say it properly or whatever, but what about everybody else? That's all I'm saying is we got to really think about everybody.
And I'm definitely not saying we shouldn't help people from outside of the city. That's not what I'm saying at all. We should definitely help anyone who comes and needs help, right? All I'm saying is realistically, right now we have 77 homeless folks according to the pit count as of last year. Those are the folks that we're going to have to focus on first and foremost, right? The people that are here on our streets right now today that we have to get under a roof and provide services. That's all I'm saying. I'm definitely not saying that we should neglect or turn away anybody else. That's absolutely not what I'm saying.
But then that would mean that they would come regardless if you're going to build a shelter or the small homes. They're going to come. That's what I'm trying to point out is you cannot prevent. So the only way you can prevent anyone from coming here is to offer nothing, right? That's honestly the only way you can prevent anyone from showing up is to offer absolutely no services. So I think that I just don't want it to be, and I'm concerned about the other 209,000, but I don't want it to become this thing of like, well, if we build it, they will all show up here. That's not what's really in reality what's going to happen. So whether we build a shelter, we build the tiny homes, then they're going to come. If you don't want them to come, then we just deal with what we have been doing, which is the Salvation Army, helping Building Lives, and the rest of the nonprofits get grant money to continue to do what they're doing would probably be the best solution.
That's where I was going to go. Give them the resources that we're seeking, and I'm not saying go ahead, James, knock them out. Go ahead, Julianne, knock them out. I'm saying, why don't we really help? They're the ones closest to the homeless currently right now. I guarantee you they know their names. So why don't we help them? And then here comes a bunch of different ones that they've never seen before. They don't know how violent they are. I guarantee you those two folks in the hole in the wall, they know most of the homeless population in Moreno Valley right now. They know who's violent. They know who you shouldn't go approach that guy before 10 a.m. because they know them. So let's take care of what we have now instead of, the other populations that will come, because we all know they're going to come.
And I think it's happening now, honestly. Like Councilmember Marquez mentioned an example of the homeless couple that came from Modesto. Right now we have 0 beds in the city, and folks are coming from other communities. It's inevitable, right? It's just a natural part of what's happening. So it's already taking place, and it's going to continue no matter what housing and services we provided. It's just a reality. So you definitely are right in that sense. And so whatever that may be, but I think just the perspective, I guess, that I'm bringing is that we've put programs and services in place, but there's additional steps that we can take. There's money out there that we can pursue and try to secure and bring back to the community to fund, for example, our nonprofit organizations. And I want to briefly talk a little bit about that too, because in the past I had brought up the idea of a nonprofit incubator or something similar to the BERC, the Employment Resource Center that we have. But this nonprofit incubator, whatever you want to call it, would be a go-to place, either physical or online, a website or something, preferably a physical location, where nonprofit organizations that are already established or someone who's looking to establish a nonprofit organization, that there's a place that they can go to learn about how to fill all their documents, right? How to submit that, what they need to do to get a 501c3 status. Because it's just, at the end of the day, like education, right? And unfortunately, it's not always easy to get that information, to find out how to establish a nonprofit and then how to grow, right? To become maybe a Salvation Army one day, right? So that's another area where I definitely think the city can try to assist more, and I'm sure staff has input on that as well. But at the end of the day, the more we build up our nonprofit sector and our community-based organizations, the more pressure that's kind of taken off of our police department and our fire department and the government to provide all the services, because nonprofits arguably do most of this stuff better than a government does, right? So we need to make sure that we are building those foundations for our nonprofit sectors so that they can grow, they can pursue other grants that we can't, and service the community in that way as well. City Manager, yes.
Sure, Mayor, if I may, I think there's a lot of dialogue going on, and I think there's a couple things I could offer. So first is on the nonprofit situation, is that we currently have our BERC, and BERC is actually open to all the businesses, for profit and nonprofit. And so we could actually do a better outreach to our nonprofit organizations, say, hey, the BERC is a facility available to you. We're already paying for that. And just adding a little bit more outreach and make sure that those resources that we offer at the BERC are offered to the nonprofit. That's number one. And number two, as you mentioned earlier, is that we do have potential more funding coming down the pipeline. And this funding is going to be released probably in the next couple months. And as you mentioned before, it's not as restrictive as the HUD funding. So when that is available, we'll make sure that the organizations that are very active in our town right now, and they do a fantastic job, they are aware of these funding, and we'll do whatever we can to help them through the process of the funding. And granted, to some certain extent, we have to remain objective on the allocation, but we could offer that. So I think those are the two themes I'm hearing from this council, and with that, I think we have some direction.
Okay, thank you, Mike. Appreciate that. And seeing that, again, this is a study session, it's not a regular council meeting. There's no formal action, there's no formal votes that we're going to take here tonight, no motions that we're going to make or anything like that. Again, study sessions are more for having the discussion, having the conversation. As you can see, I mean, it's 10 o'clock now. We've been going on. Okay, there's a motion and 3 seconds to adjourn. So staff has a sense of what the consensus is here and how to move forward. So over the next several weeks or couple of months, we'll figure out all the fine details and come back with something tangible and concrete to put in place. And before I adjourn and close this out here for tonight, any final comments or questions from the council, staff, anything else before we close out here? Okay.
I'd just like to thank council for having a wonderful topic at study session. I love doing this presentation.
Thank you, Brian. Thank you. Thank you for all the work. Appreciate it. So, okay, everyone. Well, thank you so much for joining us here tonight. We will now adjourn here at 10 p.m.
Brian, remember, you got to be here at 6 o'clock tomorrow morning. Start work.
No worries. Starbucks.
Good night, everyone.